And there we are. Hi there, how you all doing? Hope this Friday is well with you all. Hope you gone through the week nice and well, and hope you're like surviving all the craziness, because if I'm not mistaken, it's like Black Friday or something. So I hope you're if you're out there in the shops, you're out of the craziness, or at the least, I don't know, I'm not sure how exactly it is online these days. Not really keeping up with these kind of things. And also for all of the American peeps out there, hope you had like a nice Thanksgiving yesterday and all that. I am European. I do not partake in such celebrations, so can't really say much about it. But interesting sentiment and spirit towards that holiday. But hope you had a fun time, avoided odd conversations, or at the very least kept to a minimum with family, because believe me, I know how that is when with other holiday family gatherings. So yeah, hope you all had been fine and dandy. Also, yeah, sorry for the slight delay. I unfortunately woke up a bit late today, mostly because I pulled an all-nighter trying to work on some backlog things, specifically clips, and that was kind of like a quick backlog thing that I wanted to kind of like deal with, as well as pertaining to today's topic and discussions. I did like on that night, last night, I just worked to make sure that the PDF I'm gonna use for today to show like certain information regarding the Mythras RPG is clean, in the sense that it's not gonna dox me, it's not gonna have my full ass legal name on it, and you are gonna be able to see it, that sort of thing. So that has also been fixed. But yeah, I had to jump at it late last night, because the past few days have been a bit crazy and kind of all over the place, and I think a bit tired. I think something some previous all-nighters probably have caught up to me, and just didn't have the energy, or completely forgot, or in some cases I just wanted to kind of like relax or do some other things, and that's kind of how it happened. So yeah, I did like a lot of that on that end, and I've also kind of started to kind of think a bit about like some other ideas, or something that I think I can at the very least do to some degree pretty fast, and it's not gonna add too much to my existing workload. I had this kind of interesting idea of because it's I think it's minimal-ish effort or something like that, where basically I was kind of like thinking, what if after some time I do like a collage of some of the clips and shorts and highlights that I've collected across the months, and make them into kind of like a montage or collage of moments that I can then put on YouTube, and kind of as a more of a longer format kind of video than what I currently have, which is just the shorts. So there is some other content that you can also partake in and enjoy, and to some extent maybe get a longer glimpse of what's happening during those what's happening during those streams. And the way I'm kind of thinking on it, because of it, because in some scenarios I take clips from certain streams, and then maybe at times edit them down a bit more afterwards, for make them fit the time frame format for shorts in TikTok, which is and also the social platforms, which can't be longer than 3 minutes across the board. Like that's kind of like the cap, like 3-ish minutes. To be more precise, like 2:58, 2:59, because for some reason YouTube adds like an extra second their processing or rendering for some reason, or like counts like an additional second. And if you put 3 minutes on the dot, it's gonna be 3 minutes in 1 second, meaning that YouTube is gonna no longer gonna consider that a short. It's gonna consider it a longer form video from that 1 extra second that they add, that not that I added. And yeah, it makes it a bit annoying. So yeah, usually at max it's 259. I don't think these days I rarely hit it. I'm like that close. I've had a few moments. I have a clip that I got from one of the Void Train streams that I worked on yesterday. Oh, not yesterday, last night, better said. Where it was basically almost 3 minutes. It's 2 minutes 50-ish or so. So yeah, but also because I decided to cut it out a bit more. But yeah, my plan with the highlights is that usually at times, I just could take a highlight from using the Twitch tools and keep it on, keep it there as part of like Twitch's general highlights, and then after the fact, I just download it and maybe edit it down additionally on DaVinci. So with these collages, I would instead take that highlight and keep it as is in that entire long format. So you technically, in some scenarios, you might see a bit more of than what you would probably see from the short. And plus, you see a collage of all the entire of multiple clips and shorts, depending, however you want to call them, across one video. For those who maybe are not as much of shorts or TikTok doom scrollers and just still prefer the general kind of long formatted YouTube kind of thing, so there is something for you there as well, and you're not like missing out on any specific moments. I feel like that's I think like that's gonna be a bit neat. The thing is that the way I'm kind of thinking on doing it, it's not, I don't think I'm gonna do it too often. Like, it's not gonna be something extremely frequent. I'm thinking in one of two ways. It can I'm probably gonna make a highlight, like a highlight reel, either when I'm done with a game, like if it's a longer-ish game. Once I'm done with it, all the clips and highlights that I've pulled from that game are gonna be put together into within one highlight and put it on YouTube. Or if not, maybe a collage of like multiple clips of different things that are within a theme. Like, for example, we had the spook, we had the Halloween month, maybe, where we've had like for the indies side of things, we had like a lot of like short moments or like short clips across like multiple games. And I don't think it's worthwhile to just have, I don't know, 2 clips put into one video. And I think for YouTube, I think it's beneficial if you hit like the 5-minute mark or something like that, or 5 or 10-minute mark of worth of video, which that would be on, I would say, let's say on average, let's say if we go like, let's say on average my videos are like 2 minutes and my clips are like 2 minutes long. I think I need at the very least like 5 clips worth of kind of like content on one highlight reel to kind of put it out there. So yeah, that's kind of like another idea, like another thought. It's either gonna be a seasonal thing or something related to a game, and it's gonna be like a longer highlight. So because of that, that means that it could be maybe around a month, once a month or something like that. Right now, because I do have a backlog of a few clips of a few shorts, I can probably already create some of them, not many, but probably a few, that I can already like put on YouTube and maybe schedule them like once a week, something like that. But after the fact, they're probably gonna be more of a monthly thing. And currently, for certain ongoing games and streams, I will probably hold off. Like, for example, Final Fantasy as an idea. That one, I'm probably not gonna do it anytime soon. I think with Final Fantasy, I would like to do like highlights across expansions. So, for example, once I'm done with A Realm Reborn, that's when I'm gonna pull all the ARR shorts and clips that I've made and put them into one a collage, and basically have that as a highlight. Basically, my entire a short highlight of my A Realm Reborn experience. Then, you know, we go to Heavenswarp, we do Heavenswarp, and then we have a highlight for that, and so on and so forth. And, you know, in that I'm still at it with Oram Reborn. It's gonna be a while. Void Train, for example, I don't remember if I had clips or short formatted content when I did the early access, because I had like a moment where I didn't do clips for a bit. Like I did a few clips, then I had like a break, and then I started doing clips again. So I might have missed the mark, or I might have started making clips at a point when I was already done with Void Train, so I might not have those, so I'm probably gonna keep that on the side as well. And with the tabletop things, that one is gonna be a bit more interesting. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna put it together. Maybe especially because some of them are like more informational or like informative and not necessarily just fun odd experiences. So there's definitely gonna be a few places here and there where I'm not gonna know for sure what kind of formatting I want to do yet, but something of the sort, maybe I can figure it out. And similar also with Doing Night Abyss right now. I'm gonna hold off with Doing Night Abyss until I think until I'm done with all the current update content. So you know, I've done all the side quests that's left, also the event, and probably then I'm gonna make a collage of that. So even with Doing Night Abyss, I'm probably gonna wait for a while. That one probably I'm gonna make it like on a monthly basis, because for live service, like ongoing games, definitely something that I'm gonna do something of that sort instead. And who knows, I'll figure out like some routes, but I do have a few here and there that I can make a few collages. Like for example, like horror related things I can take across from both some previous older streams. I think I even have like some older like Lethal Company around my early streaming days when I still had the old heroic model that I can still utilize across with the current ones, and maybe some other additional like horror game things that I've done here and there. I think I'm not sure. I might be able to do like some like a WoW collage of things, probably. I have to double check, and maybe some tabletop ones to some degree. I'll have to see how exactly I'm gonna do that. But yeah. Also, hi there, comrade. How you doing? Hope you have a nice Friday and all that. Hope you're out there chillaxing or grinding if you need to grind, because I can understand even on the first day of the weekend or early weekend, half weekend maybe. I don't know. It really depends on how you want to look at it. If you have to grind, I get it. Technically, that's what I'm doing right now. But anyways, yeah, just something to kind of have like an extra thing there for the YouTubes that I kind of like thinking on putting up there. You know, to kind of like push up that kind of engagement and make myself visible in as many spots as possible. Because you know, shorts is one place, YouTube video content is another, and you know some other spaces as well. Like you know, with TikTok, I'm also gonna at some point to want to set up. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be closer to next year. I'm probably gonna figure out like a setup to also have something for TikTok, maybe even like YouTube Shorts, because I know now you can also do like portrait lives for like YouTube Shorts as well. I think I've been, I think like they did like a limited rollout, and I think I'm also part of it or something like that. I have to double check as well. But yeah, but yeah, I'm just trying to extend it. Who knows? Maybe I'm also gonna make like some like release exclusive things, maybe. Because I'm also like trying to think, you know, once I kind of have this kind of like more set up where I have like different forms of content across multiple formats, I'm kind of also thinking of maybe making like some sort of like donation platform, maybe like a Patreon, something like that, or something adjacent to it where, you know, I can put some of the YouTube things a bit more exclusively, plus some of my other work. The YouTube stuff is just like an early exclusive, like a early watch a view of it, and then you know you get the full view on the actual platform. Depending on what it is, it's probably not gonna be too delayed. Like maybe a few days before it's full release, it's public release or something like that. I'm kind of thinking, trying to play the game a bit here and there, but you know, I also kind of want to make sure that I build up this amount of like variety or other forms of content, so people have different reasons to be there, not just necessarily for the YouTubes or just a thing, which may not be necessarily as consistent, because you know, with the you know, support donation platforms, I'm also thinking on ways like you know, I have the my ttrpg projects that I need to get back on as soon as possible, and that's also going to be something that it's going to have like you're going to have like an exclusive like sneak peek preview of them on the platform before jumping into anything else. But I have to see. The thing that I personally don't like with the Patreon is that you have to have like PayPal connected, and I don't fucking use PayPal, and I don't like the idea of using PayPal. Have my shit connected to, you know, when it comes to like sending my money and all that. I'm not even sure like how my PayPal is like. I think I have a PayPal set up, but I do not know how the fuck that shit works, or how all of that goes. Plus, I'm not sure exactly if I can have it as a personal account, or I need it to be like a business one. And if it's a business one, then that one gets more complicated. So yeah. That's kind of like that's kind of why I'm also kind of like avoidant of Patreon. I'm trying to like figure out maybe like other platforms or something vaguely adjacent to it that I can do. But anyhow, we'll see. We'll figure it out. But yeah, that's definitely like a thought that I also like last night it came to my mind as I was like editing clips and all that, and I was like, hey, what if I do this? Like, what if, because it's not like too much extra effort. I'm just taking the clips that I've already taken. I'm just gonna put them together into like a collage thing. I'm not gonna there's not gonna be too much more edit than that. So I feel like it's a bit you know, at the moment, at the very least, I just want to experiment and try it in a kind of low effort format to see if, you know, there is at the very least a bit of an interest towards it, and then see how I can improve it and make it better as time goes on. Because, you know, I probably would have actually no, because the way I'm formatting shorts these days is not necessarily gonna work for how, you know, the highlights would be formatted. So yeah, no, I just probably have to like pull straight moments and put them in like in a collage thing. But yeah, that's something for me to like figure out and see. I'll do. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Lucky people, I do appreciate it. Especially if because I think that I'm not gonna mention where exactly, because which is a bit it's a bit you know, zealous of these kind of things. But thanks so much for the follow and support and all that. I do appreciate it. Also, I do need to fix it, because one of the reasons, kind of like talking about like the whole, you know, multi-platform thing and all that, one of the reasons why I'm still holding off a bit, because I also want to rework my entire like stream setup, and I'm hoping that I'm gonna find some time. Either I'm gonna slowly ease into it the coming weeks, or at the very least during like the holiday break that I'm gonna take in December. I'll get a bit of time to actually work on this and set it up. So that's kind of like the plan and idea of it all. And then, you know, we'll see how the rest of it goes. But yeah, once I have like the new setup done, I would kind of like to have it set up for because I think I've seen like some platform or some plugins that will make my work a bit easier, and I kind of need to I need a bit of time to kind of look into them, see how they work, see how exactly I can like set them up and all that. Because yeah, there are like a few platforms that you can easily do, like Streamlabs and all that, but you have to have like a subscription. It's either like a subscription model. It's not allowed. I don't think I have freely. It's not freely available, or it's either that, or there was like some other shtick about it. Like if you want to like edit something or get some stuff from it, that's only under like the paid format. It's under like the pro version of it, and not the free version. So that's kind of why I avoid it. Plus, you know, Streamlabs, and even with Stream Elements that I've kind of like moved away from to some extent, has a similar thing. But yeah, outside of that, I think I have much else. To be fair, I am slowly thinking, as I said, I think I want to do a something special for like the coming week, just off the cuff, not with no big expectations, just because, you know, usually around this time I would have had like towards the next week I would have had like a fundathon or subathon type of thing, but I think I'm not gonna do something that big this time around. I'm probably gonna delay it for the stream anniversary, which is gonna be in February. But I still want to do like a small little thing stuff, so I'm probably gonna just I didn't get time right now to think on it, but probably in the coming days I'll hopefully by Sunday I'll have something vaguely thought out, and you know, just make a post on it, and it's just gonna be like a sudden thing. I'm not gonna do it with like high expectations, but you know, just something to have there. Also, hi there, hi there, Lucky. I do appreciate you joining and saying hi. But yeah, anyhow, I think I've yapped about like general stream things for long enough. So why not? Let me just zoom out. Checking something. I was double checking that I had the right PDF. Yeah, it's the right PDF. I should not worry about anything. It has been a bit worrisome in the past. So there we go. Now, before we start talking and getting into the meat of the subject, just as a quick rundown and reminder of these streams, specifically on this type of stream that I'm doing right now, which is a tabletop RPG focused stream. My intent for this for these streams specifically is for this to be a space where people can jump in, join in, have a chat, discuss, gush about all their ttrpg enjoyments of whatever format or they like. Either be it to join in to talk about, I don't know, fun things they've done in the game, be it to ask for guidance or help or assistance, be it you're a player or a game master of some sorts, or anything in that area, or hey, if you just want to ask general related things when it comes to tabletop RPGs, feel free to do so. My intent with this stream is to kind of, and with these types of streams, is to harbor that kind of space where people can chat about it, help each other out, talk about it, offer discussions, assistance, and help. I'm also gonna offer my own help and perspective towards it to the best of my ability. Now, I don't have the widest of ranges when it comes to tabletop RPGs, but I have a decent amount, and I've either played or DM'd some games here and there, so I can offer some assistance in that regard. If you want to like have a general idea of what I've done in the past, I got into like tabletop RPGs like heavily late 2018, something like that. As many within this community, within this space, have done it through D&D 5th edition. I played that for most of my time. I would say maybe in equal amounts, player and game master to some extent. So I have experiences on both ends of the table. And then for more than for more than a year and a half ago, I've started to kind of diversify in other systems. I started playing. I've been in actual plays for a Hunt of the Reckoning First Edition, the Imbued, for those who are familiar with the World of Darkness settings and what that means. that also that also kind of shifted towards a Vampire the Masquerade game, a 20th anniversary as well. Initially to like a multi-splats campaign, not campaign chronicle, which was a mess, but a fun mess nonetheless. And then we decided to do like a fresh new chronicle that is just vampire related. That is currently on hiatus. Will be returning hopefully somewhere middle of next year. We'll see how exactly that's gonna happen. So that's another thing. Also, I've played Gestalt RPG, which is a mix between D&D 5th edition and Pathfinder. That's kind of the best example I can give you. It's very similar to those two games, so if you played either of those, you're going to be familiar with what Gestalt RPG is, as well as Pathfinder, you know, the remastered of the 2nd edition. I've also played a bit of it here and there, and you know, maybe jumped into some other places, some other mini one-shots here and there for like charity or other fun times. And outside of that, I've also through these streams, I've talked about and read through other systems as well. I've looked through the Daggerheart playtest system at the time, like a year ago, more than a year ago at this point. I've not yet gotten a chance to actually look at the full official rulings because I don't have the system. Bunkers and Badasses is another one, which is a D&D-esque system based on the Borderlands setting and IP. The Lancer games as well. I've actually had also a coverage of the Gestalt RPG and how we play it, and also like a grab bag of mini discussions or like one stream discussions of like starter guides for things like Call of Cthulhu, Mothership RPG, Candela Obscura, Call to Divinity Lost. The GURPS system light, which was like the most recent thing we've quickly discussed as kind of like a shoe-in. There's like another mini RPG thing that I actually have planned for the coming weeks once we're done with Mythras as well. Mythras is gonna be the one that we're gonna be talking today, and there might have been some other things here and there that I might have looked at either in my own time or anything of the sorts, because you know, World of Darkness adjacent things probably. I've seen stuff here and there, equally with cyberpunk stuff, but not as heavily. Yeah, I have a bit of a diversified kind of perspective to some extent of a game system. So, you know, feel free to ask around. If I cannot give you a specific suggestion or a specific advice towards that system, at the very least, I'm going to do my best to offer you some more generalized advice, and based on that, you can apply, you know, rulings and ideas as they seem fit, as they would fit with whatever system you are playing. So because of that, don't shy around to, you know, ask questions, suggestions, help of any sort, even if it's not related to the current topic. Like, that's the whole shtick. What the idea with these streams is that I'm choosing a topic and I'm choosing a system to discuss over as kind of a filler type of situation where, you know, there is something I can look at, discuss, or share my opinions and perspective in case nobody joins in and has any sort of discussion or sort of question. But at the same time, don't shy away, don't be afraid to ask something that it's TTRPG related but not related to the system or specific topic we are talking right now. If you want to ask me about something, I don't know, D&D, Pathfinder, Cyberpunk, I don't know, whatever, Game Master in general aspects, player things in general, maybe just general advice on how to look into you know, groups and making planning my own games or planning your own games and anything of that sort, go ahead. And I'm gonna offer you any kind of advice that I can to the best of my abilities. I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna offer the best of advice at times. I'm just gonna offer you what I think or what I'm knowledgeable about in the moment, and we'll see from there. Because there might be some things where I'm not sure exactly how to do it myself. You know, you know, good example right now that even though I'm a big fan of tabletop RPGs and all that, and I love playing them. Right now, because of the actual play was kind of the only thing that was a consistent game that I had on a, at the very least, bi-monthly basis. And these days, because of the hiatus, I've not really played anything new in a while, or been part of any tabletop RPGs, the tabletop groups in a while. So, you know, I am these. You know, to be fair, these streams are also like kind of a way for me to kind of, to some extent, to very, very small extent, scratch an itch. Of course, it's not the same as, you know, actually playing a game or anything of the sorts. But yeah, which is, you know, why I was like really thankful and really excited to be part of the charity thing in October with Arcadayo, Unplugged Professor, 2x4, and Lufiaras. That was a lot of fun, even though it was like a one-shot. Who knows? Maybe in the future, I might be joining in some other things. I do know, and I am in certain circles where like other peeps are playing tabletop RPGs, or either actual plays or just personal games of any sort. There's something there that I'm gonna, who knows, keep an eye out, and maybe at times I'm gonna join in with some new things. You know, there was like a mention in the past for like a current like actual play group that I know to some extent, where I've had in the past discussions of joining. Unfortunately, because of scheduling and how, you know, how things work, I cannot. I don't think, in good conscience, I cannot necessarily be a consistent player, and you know, because of, you know, time zone differences and all that. So, but I did mention that if anything ever arises in the future, I would be I will consider, and I would be open to the idea of the release maybe joining as a guest or occasional player or anything of that, you know. But again, that's not nor here nor there. Nothing in this of the sorts is being discussed in any degree. But yeah, that's kind of like the biggest problem right now. A lot of the people that I know of that are playing to some extent, or like to some, at the very least, to a decent consistency, games right now are of different time zones, and it's a bit challenging. Because, you know, I'm willing to, you know, bite the bullet and, you know, be in a late night game a few times here and there, but not as a. I've decided to no longer have this as the norm. Because initially, for those who remember the Ghosts actual plays of Hunter the Reckoning, initially, the ones that we started with, those were on a technically Sunday, depending if you were like US time zone, like a late night kind of Sunday stream. But in my case, it was an early Monday morning stream at 3 a.m. to be specifically, and I was doing that on a weekly basis. You know, the game started at 3 a.m. and, you know, we played it up until, like, at the time, those were like the days when you had like longer streams, and played it at the time up until like on my end 5 to 6 a.m. something like that, depending on the shenanigans. Maybe I would have even stuck around with the group up until like 7 a.m. and then I was like, then you know, I just went back to bed and crashed out. To be fair, to be very clear, I was taking at least a few hour naps, a few hour nap before the fact. So, you know, I was not like pulling an all-nighter, you know, before the stream. Like, if I knew, you know, everything, because I knew it was at 3 a.m., I usually like slept like for like 3 to 4 hours ish beforehand. On Sunday night, and then woke up, prepped for the stream, and started to play. Still, you know, still fun time, still enjoyed it. You know, it's also like the fact that, you know, I don't live alone, and the whole shtick of, you know, being a game on a stream late at night. I do have to keep my, you know, do also have to kind of keep myself to a minimum, not to cause too much disturbances. So that's like another thing. Like, if I was like on my own in the house, that would have been fine with me. And handling, like, you know, handling myself and the schedule. But because, you know, I don't live on my own, it's a bit more challenging. But anyways, that's a general rant aside. And the whole shtick right now was to kind of give you like a general introduction of how these streams, how these tabletop streams work around. To be fair, when it comes to like the tabletop streams, there's gonna be a point, because as I said, Mythras is the thing that we're currently discussing. I have like another short tabletop RPG thing that I'm gonna discuss about that has been suggested to me by a friend. And all that. Why? Okay, I got a message. Why the hell was this held for review? What the fuck? Public, what the? Oh. I don't know why it was flagged for review. The message itself. That was weird. I appreciate the suggestion. Lucky, but two things. One, keep the conversation in English. This is an English stream. Secondly, this is a discussion that is not related to the topic. If you wanted to ask me this, you could have done so. You could have done so privately, my guy. There's no need for me to, you know. There's no need to do it on stream. You have my fucking contacts. Why are you doing this here? So yeah, one of the two. Although I do have to warn you, I'm a bit busy after the fact because I do a few post stream things. So depending on how you feel about it and depending on the hour, I'm gonna announce you. But you know, keep that in mind. One, it's an English stream. Two, this is very off topic sort of discussion that I'm gonna give, you know, because I know you, I'm gonna give you a pass. But you know, just remember, these kinds of conversations, those are not for the stream. To be fair, to be very clear, it's fine. So don't worry about it. But you know, just to make it clear for, you know, anybody else who knows me and we are mutuals and all that, you know, when it comes to like planning things, if it doesn't come up in the discussion somehow through the stream, then, you know, keep it for, you know, private PMing and all that. But yeah, but anyhow, I kind of lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, right, tabletop things. Because yeah, I have the Mythras things. I have something that has been suggested by a friend of mine to discuss about. But after that, I'm kind of in a spot where I'm not sure exactly what to cover for these streams, because I think I'm out of systems to discuss, which is, you know, a bit complicated because, you know, I can't necessarily right now afford anything. Maybe depending on the mini event that I'm gonna do, that I kind of want to like plan out for the coming week or so, maybe I'll be able to get some funds and at the very least get something else tabletop related. To be fair, there are at the moment, I wanted to say two, but maybe there's more than two that I'm kind of interested in. There are definitely two that I'm interested in, is Candle Obscura and Daggerheart. I don't think I have a chance to get Daggerheart anytime soon. I'm pretty sure that it's still out of stock in EU in the shop. Oh, I got excited. No worries, it's fine. You don't have to worry about it. Again, because we know each other, you get a pass. So it's fine. You get friend benefits, I guess. Let's see. Category tabletop. The whole tabletop. Candle Obscura. Daggerheart. Oh no, it's back in stock. Hey, it's back in stock. To be fair, it's expensive. So I have to I have to make them to figure out the math, because I know there's gonna be some shipping stuff that needs to be calculated after the fact. But It's a bit pricey. Okay, so we do have so Daggerheart is back in is back in stock. Nice. I think I'm guessing they probably pushed it back to stock as fast as possible for the holidays. That's definitely like a thing. Daggerheart will probably be priority just because I have like design and ideas that I want to do. Honestly, the GURPS is another one that I would like to look into it just because just to learn from it more than anything. And that's kind of what I'm said about. So that's like another one. And maybe after that, maybe looking into Daggerheart, into like Candle Obscura. Well, interesting. You can buy digital PDFs for some of the systems. You can get like a PDF for the Tal'Dorei campaign setting and the PDF for the Candle Obscura. But right now there is no PDF available, PDF exclusive download, or like, you know, buy for the core set. Interesting. It is a question how exactly it's going to be handled in a digital formatting without a tabletop creator like Demiplane, because I know Daggerheart is available on Demiplane. And there's also like another thing that I'll have to like figure out as well. It's how exactly I'm gonna cover it, because I know for a fact Daggerheart and anything by Darrington Press exclusively states within their TOS that I cannot show I cannot really show elements of the official PDF. So the coverage for this system is probably gonna be different on stream than how I usually do my things. I constantly fucking forget to change up the Nightbot message. One of these days. But yeah, this one, the GURPS, is like definitely like another one that I would like to look into it as well. There might be some other stuff that I'm gonna think about it when it comes to. To be fair, there's some other big ones like Cyberpunk Red, for example. That's like another one that I definitely want to get my hands on at some point. Of course, because I've gotten myself into World of Darkness as well. I do want to check out I lost my train of thought. Yeah, because I got myself into World of Darkness, I also want to check out. I also want to acquire some physical books of those as well. But that's to be like personal collection thing. That as PDF, I already have like certain PDFs for that. But I'm not fully sure if I'm gonna cover, because I could technically already cover somewhat things. But what is a big ass rabbit hole that I'm not sure if I'm the best person to you know, I don't think I'm the best person, because what is really expansive, it's really varied in its whole ass craziness. And even I don't think even to my extent I've fully grasped how to play it. I generally know the basics, but and you know, the 20th anniversary and some of the older editions things, because those are the ones that I enjoy. I mostly because at the least from the discussion I've had with Ghost, our group's storyteller, and all of that, regarding like V5 and all the other 5th edition adjacent system. Currently, I think Werewolf got recently added to V5 to the 5th edition formatting. The new to the newer edition, because up until then we had only Hunter the Reckoning and Vampire the Masquerade, and even with Hunter, technically it's more of a Hunter Hunted, or aka Hunter Vigil, the Vigil type of formatting, where you're no longer imbued as you were in the Hunter the Reckoning 1st edition. I think there are some people in the community that are like homebrewed some things kind of bring back the imbued, but nothing official, which is kind of a bit of a shame. I understand the need, and I also see the appeal of just being normal people fighting the supernatural and fighting the threats of the hidden world. I see the appeal, and I would also be interested in that. But there was also something interesting about, you know, about the hunter imbued being this kind of like bottom of the barrel kind of supernaturals that were fighting against the general supernatural threat, and, you know, dealing with all that. But yeah, that's just a general thing. That's at the very, from what I've discussed about, like, those with the storyteller, about the differences, some aspects of the lore or that were like interesting in the 20th anniversary and previous editions have kind of like been shifted and changed, and to some extent there's been a weird meld between the Chronicles of Darkness and the World of Darkness series between the two. Like, they took ideas from both, and in some places it didn't like mix well, and the others. Plus, I think 20th anniversary stuff, it's the best system when it comes to, like, if you want to do multi-splat. Basically, if you want to have elements of, you know, hunt. If, for example, if you're playing vampire, but you also want to have elements of hunter and werewolf, or maybe even mage in the game, you can easily have them, because most of those systems, even if they are not in a 20th anniversary formatting, like, for example, Hunter the Reckoning, it's only a first edition thing. It never had a 20th anniversary revision. But the core framework system that WAD uses is basically identical across those editions. It just had like some slight adjustments in some places, but you can easily kind of adapt it. So you're not losing a lot by putting. I think hunters are like one of the few things. Demon the Fallen, Mummy the Resurrections, those are like the only ones that are kind of odd. Demon the Fallen and Mummy the Resurrection specifically are like really old WAD rules. Hunter the Reckoning is a bit newerish, I think, by comparison. And, you know, Vampire the Masquerade, Mage Ascension, and Werewolf the Apocalypse, all those have, and I think also Wraith. Oh, Changeling, I know, has like 20th anniversary. I think Wraith might also have it as well. But anyways, there you can have, like, you know, multi-splat shenanigan things, which is really neat. I think, to me, that's kind of why I think it's more appealing to me, because of that. Because even if you are playing a vampire exclusive, even if you're like playing a vampire exclusive chronicle where all of the group is just vampires, you can still, like, as the storyteller, you can sprinkle in some werewolf things, some mage things, and utilize the rulings as they are in the official books, because they are within the core system. They follow the same core rules. They just have their own particularities about how the werewolf specifically works and how the mage, you know, specifically mages things. So that's kind of, you know, why I personally enjoy it. I'm pretty sure like V5 now it works pretty well multi-splat with what is currently available. Like, I'm pretty sure you can easily V5 multi-splat, you know, vampire, hunter, and werewolf between each other at this point, probably. Again, not fully in the know about that, but as I said, it's a wide system full of craziness that I'm not sure if I'm the best person to talk about. And I know when it comes to like older stuff, especially with WAD, certain things have not necessarily aged well, and both in formatting and how the systems are structured and ruled out, but also in topics. They are not they have not aged specific well, and some parts of, you know, World of Darkness are heavily ingrained in roleplay because that's its main pillar in the roleplay aspect. So, and I feel like I'm probably gonna have a bit of a hard time to kind of like walk around and work myself around those kind of things and figure out like what exactly we can talk about, or yeah, that's something to figure out in the but yeah, that's like general things. I'll see. Hopefully I'll be able to like grab some other things RPG related. If not, maybe I'm gonna do like some other like runs of like quick starters, guide talks things, and do that instead for a short while until I grab another like big book of something in the near future. But you know, we'll see. Yeah, aside from, if not, actually another thing that I was thinking about that we could probably do to some extent is also maybe doing a few runs of like some special streams related to some of the systems that I've already discussed, where I don't know, maybe we look at some particularities that I've not necessarily looked at before, or maybe we make some like other like sort of like fun stream discussion, maybe some workshop thing. I don't know. Ideas, suggestions, thoughts, something to think about. But right now, with what we have here with Mythras, this lumbering game, we should have a bit to discuss. Its formatting, it's a bit different. I'm not sure if I can find the table of contents. Here it is. In a bit. You can see, as you can see, it's a bit differently formatted than some other systems, where it's more of a system agnostic thing, where it just kind of gives you like, here's how to create a character, here are some rulings to kind of keep in consideration as a game master, and some general aspects of play, but that's kind of it. It doesn't like give you too much else, like, you know, discussions about the characters. That's probably what's gonna also contain aspects of general rules. Then, you know, later down the line you have elements of combat, magic, and all that thing, shenaniganry, game mastery as well, and elements of the game system, which here, as you can see, it's just general aspects of general rulings of the game system. So yeah, I'll be honest, I'm just gonna structure it on the fly. We're probably gonna go through the introduction, go through the characters, maybe do the introduction of culture and look into the careers a bit, but then we're gonna go straight to skills, maybe equipment and game system. We'll see. Like, then again, it's gonna be a grab bag of things. It's differently structured, so I'm not sure exactly how to go through it, and I don't think I want to go through all of it in some regards. Like here, like, not sure if it's gonna be worth to actually go through all the cultures and communities. That feels like more of a listed thing, where you're just gonna pick one that fits it for your character, or that it's fitting to you. Then you go to the other, so on, and you know, some other small things here and there. You know, the game system, probably combat and magic, that's gonna be left for another time. And game mastery definitely is gonna be its own thing. Well, maybe game mastery and game systems can be left for one part. We can go through character, culture, career, skills, and equipment today, and skip as much as we can, because, you know, after a certain point we get into very hyper specific things, and, you know, probably that's gonna be the idea. But anyways, before we get into that, I'm gonna take a quick break because an ad break is about to come up, and I will return after the ad is over. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Sorry for the delay. But now, let's actually get into it. Now, I'm gonna give like a quick overview myself of like Mythras, or what I've understand of it from like my quick glance. It's obviously some sort of like setting agnostic, kind of like medieval inspired like RPG system. Definitely, you know, inspired by actual like medieval or some older culture, especially if you look like into aspects like magic. You have things like folk magic, animism, mysticism, sorcery, theism, you know, you get pretty heavy into like different forms of cultures of different times of different eras that are kind of like mashed together. So it has like some elements of like kind of grounded, or grounded, realistic, like or not as fictional forms of medieval RPG, but at the same time, even with but with also some elements of fantasy sprinkled in here and there. But definitely kind of obviously focus around more like just kind of how to run a system of setting a game of that specific era, where you just get more of a grasp of rulings, how to create a character, and that's kind of it. When it comes to like things like setting or in what world are you in and anything of the sorts, I don't see much about it, even by skimming through the list here. Even when I've looked in aspects like, for example, like the creatures, you see like a lot of like creatures from different types, different cultures, myths, folklore, and all that sort of thing. It's definitely more catered towards the idea of using the history and cultures of the world to kind of create a system instead of creating ones, creating like, I don't know, original ones, or like setting specific ones that might just be inspired from world cultures. Now, as I said, it's kind of like my general interpretation of it, or from what I understand of it, and definitely from how it's structured, you kind of get an idea. Oops. Yeah, this is fine. I had to like figure out like the zoom. Even from how they are like split together, you can kind of notice that it mostly focuses on the mechanics and different rules for you to take into consideration, especially once you get into like the section of the game system. Things like bolts, magic, creatures is definitely kind of like more just kind of split into like, these are things that you need to take into consideration, how exactly you can run them to within your game. Yeah, today I'm probably gonna, and because it's a bit more oddly structured than what I've usually seen from some other books, where it's just like, here's like a general overview of play, then here's character creation, then here's combat or something akin to combat, and then here's like game mastery and maybe aspects of the setting, and then creature lists, item lists, magic lists, and all that. Here it's more kind of like divided into general topics, where probably aspects of it will go into character creations, while others just go into general play and so on. So I'm gonna probably go by ear and kind of like decide which I'm gonna keep more in depth, which I'm gonna kind of like skim through, and still kind of like keep some sort of structure. Definitely game system and game mastery are gonna be left separate as their own thing. Probably combat and magic is gonna be its own thing for a different stream as well. We'll see about anything else in between, if we're gonna do something about it. And for today, I don't know, up until game system, we'll see how much we can cover and what exactly we can look through. Definitely the first two chapters we're gonna go through them fully, and then we'll see from there with cultures and careers how much exactly we're gonna look into it. Skills, definitely we're probably gonna look a bit more in depth, but probably gonna skip it with certain listings. And with the economics, here and there, we're probably gonna pick and choose what exactly we're gonna stick to and for how long are we gonna look at it. Because yeah, up to like what, 65-ish pages, that's I think more enough, and we've had quite a lot for today anyway. So if we're gonna skip through some of them, I think that's gonna be kind of the coverage for today. So yeah, let's actually start getting into it with the introduction. Let's see how exactly the setting itself introduces itself. So, Mythras comes from a long tradition of role-playing game systems based around a common set of principles, and using percentile dice, D100 or D percentile, to resolve most activities. There are several similar systems available, all of them broadly compatible, but each with their own nuances and unique approaches. The core rules are straightforward and intuitive. Usually a player rolls d100 and aims to score equal or less than a value, a skill or passion, for instance, on his or her character sheet that represents a certain chance of success. However, the game includes many rules that add greater depth, modify results, enhance the play experience, and enhance the player experience. While most can be considered necessary for play, none are essential. Indeed, if you do not like a rule, find it confusing, or find it slows things down, feel free to ignore it completely. As with any role-playing game, there will be ambiguities and questions raised. No set of rules will ever cover every eventuality perfectly and to everyone's satisfaction, as it is quite obvious. However, where something is unaddressed, there should be something in this book that can, with a little tweaking and a little thought, address it. Mythras is a very flexible and intuitive and forgiving game system. Use the game as you want and you want to and need to. Do not be constrained or constrain yourself. Part of Mythras' longevity has been in its adaptability, and that adaptability always comes through what its players and referees bring to the table. This is your game, your Mythras will vary. So, from what I'm understanding, seeing that, especially that we looked at GURPS the week prior to this, it might follow in suit a bit. I'm gonna be curious to see how much of it is gonna be inspired to how kind of GURPS runs its systems, because I'm suspecting it might be a bit inspired. Although to be fair, you know, rolling a percentile and, you know, having equal or less to succeed is not necessarily like a new thing or like something that is just GURPS specific, but considering that it has this kind of same idea of just having sets of rules, sets of systems, sets of concepts that you can pick and choose which you want and how exactly you want them. And because it markets itself as being adaptable, I'm suspecting that it might have some similarities to that, as that was also the kind of marketing point and selling point of GURPS itself. And of course, all the other mentions here quite obvious and something that I would generally advise with all RPG systems. If something that doesn't fit your game, just ignore it, change it, or straight up don't use it. And just keep the elements that make your game fun for everyone involved. So there's no need to bog yourself down and feel like you have to keep yourself to a T to every aspect of the game and every ruling, so on. Or if you feel like some rulings are restrictive, you can make them a bit more flexible. That's also like an idea. You know, you use, tweak, or remove completely. Those are all valid options that you should use as you see fit. Now, in bringing you Mythras, there is a large roster of people to thank. Reddit page lists all those involved in helping bringing you this game. There are, however, a few people noteworthy of a very special mention. Sure thing, why not? We'll give a few thanks. Dr. John Hutchinson, I don't know. It's very. It's not the type of name I've heard often, so apologize if I'm butchering this. For the valuable contribution that helped get this project underway, the many loyal fans of the games who encouraged us and supported us while writing the rules, and the families for allowing us to have vision and for sharing it with us. We very much hope that you enjoy Mythras. We have enjoyed making it for you. Okay. Quite straightforward. And now, here actually goes a bit into like organization from the looks of it. So, Mythras is divided in 16 chapters and an appendix. From 1 to 3, there is character creation, with each chapter building on the last, the basic character creation, cultures and communities, and careers and development, adding further depth. Players should start here to create their first characters. You have then chapter 4, which is skills. Each of the skills used in Mythras are explained in depth with descriptions of the different ways skills can be employed. Then you have economics and equipment. This chapter looks at some of the money and social classes in Mythras, explaining income, its use, and different social levels in Mythras culture. All manners of adventuring equipment, from armor and weapons through tools and vehicles, are then described. These chapters also include rules for building and repairing items. Very nice, considering that I've had players in groups where they enjoy the the crafter experience, the crafter and tinkerer experience, and systems that do not offer me guidelines or how exactly to kind of at the very least slowly take in account or consider how this should be approached have always been a challenge to me. D&D 5th edition, for example, for me, that has been my bane, because literally, as my first time game mastering experience, I've had a player that wanted to do blacksmith and do all sorts of crafting and weapon tinkering and all that, and I was like, okay, I'm still getting the hang of how to just generally game master here. Like, you're asking me now to kind of like also at the same time kind of like figure out how exactly we should put in a crafting system, but at the same time one that does not necessarily undermine the whole adventuring experience, because at that point, what's the reason for you adventuring if you cannot if you're already getting equivalent equipment already and all sorts of other things. So yeah, that was a whole other thing to kind of manage and work around. So yeah, hard for me to say how exactly I would advise it here. I would say personally, if you're like a first time game master and you deal with this kind of like situation, maybe be a bit forward, communicate with your players like, hey, this is quite a lot you're asking of me right now. I'm still like figuring out how to like run a game in general. If your player is equally not as experienced as you, maybe come to some sort of agreement of how exactly either of minimizing this aspect this time around, and maybe as we learn more about it, we can kind of experiment, maybe do something a bit more off the cuff, but with a flexibility that, hey, if I realize that something is a bit too overpowered, it's not, or I've made a ruling that doesn't seem fair in the long run, we are equally okay to change it up, or just keep it for another time. Like, be like, hey, I appreciate that you want to do this, maybe shelf this concept for another time, once I feel more comfortable with just generally running the game first, and then for the next round, we can just do that instead. But definitely communication, that's the important aspect. Just figure it, just talk with your players about things that you're concerned about. Don't necessarily just be out there and try to figure it in silence. But systems that give us a starting point are welcomed, in my opinion. D&D unfortunately did not do that to me, so I had a rough time, because this is probably an aspect of the game mastering that at times you should learn it. Be like as I said before, when it comes to play, definitely follow the improv rule of yes and. But I would also say that it's important to also utilize a different form of it. I would say the no but, where you are maybe denying the way a player has suggested the thing, but instead of just outright removing their agency, just then at that point offer them an alternative, something that is as close as possible and within your comforts, as well as the player's comforts alternative in that scenario. So I feel like yes and no but are equally important. They don't have to be like straight up no. Just offer them an alternative, offer them something, or have a conversation about how we can figure something else out instead of just outright refusing it. And then from that point on, how do you feel about it? So yeah, that's kind of probably an aspect that I've not necessarily, at the time I've not yet to learn to kind of go into more of that aspect of no but, and I didn't want to like fully remove the agency, so I kind of like went with it, and in the long run it caused me a bit of issues, here and there. Still, I don't necessarily regret it. It was still a overall fun experience, and I enjoyed, you know, running for that group in the grand scheme of things. But, you know, future me would probably look at it differently if we were to do it again. That's basically it. Then, for the Chapter 6, we have game mechanics, the rules of myriad and different situations that are covered here, including rules for character experience, advancements, and training. Then we have combat for Chapter 7, fighting, close combat, and ranged. Is this chapter's focus. It describes how combat works, how it needs to be run, and the use of special effects and other combat techniques. Then, Chapter 8 is magic. This is the introduction chapter for Mythras' 5 different magic systems. It explores the fundamentals of magic in its different forms. The chapter offers suggestions and advice on structuring magic in a Mythras campaign and how to gain, manage, and restore magic points. Then, from 9 to 13, those are all the magic systems of Mythras: folk magic, animism, mysticism, sorcery, and theism, which are different magic systems, each with its own chapter. The various differences are explained and the powers offered by the magic system explored. So I'm guessing this is also like an interesting way to kind of explore kind of like cross magic system. Like maybe you can even have like campaigns or games where you have players of utilizing different magic systems and disciplines. I wonder if that's something also suggested or kind of like allowed. I'm guessing it is. Then you have cults and brotherhoods, which are religious, magical, and secular organizations, as well as other kinds of societies detailed in this chapter. Cults are an important part of Mythras, and they are covered in significant detail along with templates of for many different cults, orders, schools, and so on. Game masters and players to build upon for their own campaign. Then you have creatures, insect, mammals, fish, and monsters from myth and legends are this chapter's focus, as well as providing statistical entries for well over 50 creatures. Extensive notes are given on how to use the creature in Mythras games, including using different races as player characters and designing your own creatures. So yeah, even though this game, from the looks of it, it offers a lot of, it kind of feels from the initial rules and readings, as this is kind of like a very kind of somewhat grounded, realistic kind of like fantasy game, like not medieval fantasy, where, you know, most medieval with elements of fantasy or elements of, I don't know, the supernatural, let's call it, when it comes to like the magic systems. But overall, it feels like initially it feels like it's very grounded to just you're humans, maybe with access to divine powers or some other sorts of like occult things. And that's kind of it. But then it kind of, you know, it also kind of started to kind of go a bit adjacent to it. Like, if you want to make it a bit more fantastical, like make it more high fantasy than necessarily low fantasy, then, you know, you can explore it a lot more with different playable, you know, species, a ton of like a myth and legend creatures, as was here. Similarly with cults and brotherhoods, I'm sure it offers examples that maybe are similar to what we would see in the real world, but then, you know, it offers you the structures to create your own, which is really cool. That's something that I really like. Here are some examples of some pre-made things, but here's also like some set of rulings and suggestions on how to make your own. So you can make your own. So it definitely feels like it has its kind of own, not necessarily intended setting, but it's definitely, they have like a general concept of what Mythras is as a game and what exactly you encounter into it, but immediately offer you ways to kind of go, you know, diverge from it and create your own system in your own setting. So it's not as ingrained in its own system setting, which is why I kind of called it a bit more agnostic from its first looks. It doesn't feel like it clings into having its own system. For like the biggest example I can give, and you know, I've talked about it in the past, like in World of Darkness, for example, it is a urban fantasy. It is somewhat grounded to the idea that you're dealing with mostly just humans with different sorts of supernatural abilities. Mostly, of course, werewolves are not technically human, and many other things. And within that setting, you also have like fae and things in the Umbra, and definitely way many other creatures that are not just human. But on the surface level of what is, it very much feels like just humans and humanoid creatures that have gained supernatural powers, and your average Joe. But in that system, in that setting, in the World of Darkness setting, all of it is very much ingrained into its lore, into its history, into its how the cultures, the societies, and the hierarchy of those societies are built upon. You cannot really like, yes, you can reinterpret it in a way that you see fit, but you can't really fully stray away with it, or just be like, oh yes, I am a Toreador, but without having the what it means to be a Toreador. So, you know, all of the mechanics there are heavily ingrained into its world, into its lore, into its narrative. Compared to here, where you can like pick and choose, or you simply can easily create your own. And they are not necessarily as heavily interconnected with each other, so you can easily pick and choose what you want to keep, what you want to kind of push away, and so on. And finally, there's a 16th chapter, which is the Game Mastery, which offers copious notes, thoughts, and guidance on how to game master Mythras games. Areas for considerations are summarized, options explored, and different ways of using the rules offered. An invaluable chapter for new and old Mythras game masters alike. And finally, there's the appendix, which is character sheet and other play aids, which I've seen and are nice to use. So yeah, definitely, I think we're gonna go through the character creation, chapter 1 to 3. This is probably gonna be our focus for today. And then we'll probably see from there what exactly we'll do, depending on how well it goes. So probably this is gonna be the focus today, and then maybe we're gonna do skills, game mechanics, and game mechanics in one spot, or maybe skills in or something of the sorts. Definitely combat and magic, it's gonna be its own thing. We'll see with economics and equipment if there's something there to look into. Maybe you can do it like that, so 1 to 3 now, 4 to 6 next time, 7 and 8 maybe afterwards, and we'll see here what exactly we can still cover. I'm not gonna go through all of them, like from top to bottom, that's for sure. Like some places I'm gonna skip, but that's kinda what that's kind of like what I think of, or what I feel like it should probably be the path. But before we get there, let's have a quick summary of glossary of terms, just in case anybody is new here to tabletop RPGs and may not be familiar with certain terms, or who knows, there might be some key terms here that are not common to other systems, or are not general tabletop RPG lingo, and it's more akin to this system specific, and it's good for us to have it in reference in the future. So, many different terms and phrases are used throughout Mythras to denote certain features, functions, and game effects, and the most frequent ones and important ones are as followed. So, we have attributes. Their game abilities derived from one or more characteristics, action points, hit points, magic points, and so forth. So yeah, most of the number things. Characteristics, which is one of the 7 identifiers using character creation, strength, constitution, size, and so on. Then you have combat round, a period of 5 seconds used to measure detailed activities during a combat. Cycle, the sequence in which all characters act, taking turns combat. So in here, okay, so combat round is technically what would be the combat turn in some games, and the cycle is what would be the combat round. It might get a bit confusing to some people that are more used to the other terminology of saying turns and rounds, not rounds and cycles. Although maybe that's more accurate, saying it rounds and cycles. Who knows? I'm not gonna jump into the semantics of it all. If the game prefers to call it this way, it's, you know, it's their prerogative. Then die steps. used to denote the change from one dice to another. The usual progression is 1d2, 1d3, 1d4, 1d6, a d8, d10, and d12. So, okay, there's also a d2 and a d3 taken account here. That's interesting. I mean, the d2 is kind of like, it's basically a coin flip. D3, the closest thing to a d3 that I would see as that is easily available for you to interpret is using a d6 and pairing them in groups of 2. So 1, 2 is 1, 3, 4 is 2, and 5, 6 is 3. That could be like a way to do it. Or, you know, like divided by half and maybe add a 1. Divided by half, rounded up. That could also be a way to do it. So, you know, if you get 1, 2, you split it by half and you round it up, because, you know, that way if you half 1, 0.5, it's still a 1. You know, 4 to 5 is you know, 3 to 4 is the same thing, and then 5 to 6 is the same thing. That's also like another way. You know, roll d6 and divide it by 2, round it up, or just put it in groups. Whichever method it's easier for your brain. I know there are like some dice out there that are actual d3s, like designed to be like d3 rolls, but those are like a bit more specialized. And I think I've seen even like d2 dice that are not coins, which are kind of interesting. I would like to have like some more obscure like shaped dice for these kinds of like odder forms. But anyhow, after dice steps, we have differential rolls, where a degree of success is needed to judge the outcome of a matching skill. So I'm guessing like the degree of success is needed to judge the outcome of a matching skills. I'm guessing this is done for like contested rolls or something like that. I'm guessing that's what it is. I think it's contested rolls. Grade used to indicate a progression in difficulty of skills. Initiative, a measure of when a character acts during a cycle. Pretty familiar. Intensity, a spell or magical effect affects a level of power. Kind of probably like spell level. Magic discipline, a type of magic such as folk magic, animism, and or sorcery. Then you have magical traditions, a specific grouping of spells or magical effects within a magical discipline. A mystical tradition, for example, includes specific magical abilities exclusive to that tradition. Okay, so even within the magical disciplines, you have branches on how in what exactly you specialized. Then you have magnitude, a spell or magical effect's ability to resist being dispelled. Okay, so I'm guessing it has its own kind of like counter spell system that is not necessarily as weirdly ambiguous or kind of odd as it is with 5th edition. Then opposed rolls, where 2 or more dice rolls are made, and the results are directly compared to determine the winner and the loser. So yeah, I'm guessing differential rolls here. It might be something, might be a scenario when, you know, because it says matching skills, when you maybe have the same result, while opposed rolls is just a contested roll. Then you have special effects, a particular effect generated during combat when one participant secures a better level of dice success than an opponent. I'm guessing something like crit, maybe. Skill, a capability a character has in a particular field. Skills are rated on a 1 to 100 and above. Scale, because it is a percentile system. Then you have turn, at the point at which a character acts during a cycle. Okay. Sequence in which all characters act. Oh, I'm guessing combat round and cycle are kind of like the same way. Like combat round determines like what exactly happens within one round, but you know, all characters act within that specific round. But once all the characters have done their thing, it's considered a cycle. Kind of I'm guessing for like certain descriptors or like certain definitions, this differentiation is mentioned specifically, maybe for some to avoid some sort of confusion, or to refer to something more specific. Maybe, not fully sure. Like, that one is a bit interesting. Then you have XDY, which is the format used to roll dice. For example, 3d6, which is the first number indicates the number of dice used, and the second number indicates a type of dice. 4-sided, 6-sided, 8-sided, and so on. Then you have the XDY plus N, which is a format that signifies rolling the appropriate dice and adding a number to it. So 2d6 plus 6 means that you roll 2 6-sided dice and add a flat 6 number to the result. And so yeah, very familiar, very akin to tabletop RPGs. And what are the dice that you going to need in the game? It uses a standard range of role-playing polyhedral dice from d4s to d20s. We had d4, d6, d8, d10, d12, and a d20. Additionally, the game calls for the use of a d2 and a d3. For a d2, you can roll any die. Odds number are 1 and even numbers are 2. So that's a 50-50 split if you don't want to use a coin or don't have a coin. And for a d3, roll a 6-sided dice exactly by example that I given. 1 and 2 is 1, 3 and 4 is 2, 5 and 6 is 3, or you can divide it by half and round it, and you round it up. That's also a fair option. For 1 D100, you take a pair of D10 and decide which one is a tens and which one is units. The result is the number between 1 and 0, which is 100. This is sometimes known as a D percentile. Each die has its own uses. D100s, it's most frequently used for skill rolls, while D20 is for identifying a location struck during combat. So I'm guessing, okay, so D20s are still used for like attack rolls or something like that. The D100s are just skill based. The other are just used in different combinations, generally for weapon damages and injuries. All the dice that used can be bought from good game stores and online in sets or individually. Or of course, if you are playing in online platforms, you might have either built-in digital dice rollers, or you can just go to Google and just do a dice roll that way as well. So there's no, you have everything. You even have like digital formats available. Now, rounding numbers and the results. On some occasions, you will be required to divide numbers. Typically, the rating in the skill to determine a critical success, which is 1/10 of the skill's value. Whenever a division result creates a fraction, always round up to the whole number. So, for example, a 1/10 of a 64, that's 6.4. So, rounded up is a 7. Okay, so here, depending on how skilled you are, you increase your number of success. Because to succeed, you need to roll equal or below. So the higher the number, the bigger the chance for you to succeed. Which at the same time, if the 10th of the skill value represents a critical success, that means that also your crit range for success increases as the number gets bigger. Basically, I think once every 10 additions, 10 improvements. So, from 10 to 19 is 2, from 20 to 29 is 3, and so on. Well, actually, no. From 21 to 29 and to 33, because it's rounded up. So the even divisions that don't count. But yeah, that's fair. But yeah, generally, there's like some odd things mentioned here, like definitely the combat round cycle and the turn. It's an interesting kind of split of it. Like turn and round, yes, but I'm not. Like to me, cycle and round seem to be like the same thing, because you know, a round refers to all the characters. I'm guessing round here is more as the measurement of time, while the cycle represents what happens during a combat round, as it's mentioned here. So I'm guessing maybe for like certain rules or effects or abilities, this differentiating factor is important. Like if they want to mention duration in time, is here. If they want to mention duration in action, they might want to mention cycles. That is my guess. That's kind of what I am suspecting. But overall, I mean, yeah, it is a D100 system, but from my understanding here, it's also has an equal split for like the D20. I'm guessing at the release for like combat scenarios. It's identifying, yeah, it's used to identify a location struck during combat. Maybe this is just this is me right now speculating before we get into the combat at some point in probably a future stream. Maybe D100 determines if you actually hit or not, while the D20 determines where you hit. So you kind of like move away from the kind of localized targeting thing, or maybe the D20 is there to help you to assist you in doing localized targeting, which is something that across like ttrpgs I've encountered in the past. Players be like, hey, I want to hit this specific spot on an enemy or something like that. I don't know, be it for disarming purposes, where you know there is no like disarming rule of any sorts, or you know, could also be well, it can also be like something like, you know, localized things. I want to somehow create an effect, but without actually having some ability that generates that effect of any case, or you know, and somehow utilizing the dice. So yeah, I feel it's this way. I'm guessing gonna remove most of that kind of guesswork or the need for you to, I don't know, have some sort of ability. Like for example, if you want to disarm a creature, you need to have like some sort of like disarming ability, instead of being able to be like, hey, I just want to shoot them in the arm or something like that, but which is probably a higher skill kind of attack. Because usually that's kind of how I would generally probably kind of like roll about it, like depending on how exactly the targeting or like success of attack system works. Based on that, maybe I add a degree of difficulty, and depending on your success, add a variety. It's hard for me right now to like offer an example, like if let's say if we talk about D&D, maybe something of the sorts. Again, I'm putting it off the cuff because it's not something that I have like a general or I have like a homebrew rule for it. I'm just kind of like spitballing right here. But I probably would offer like an increased AC if you want to do like a localized hit. And based on that, like if you succeed it, you're gonna disarm it. Me, generally, I always go with the idea of disarming, pushing it at the very least away from the character. Or at the very least, it's like at the very least, it requires the character to move. Because I feel like that makes it a bit more interesting. Because for me, that's one of the biggest things I had with disarming. That, you know, it never felt like it did much, considering that, you know, picking up a weapon is a free action. So when their turn comes back around, they can just pick their weapon up again. And especially if there are like scenarios where there's no player in the moment that would have the opportunity to get the weapon by the time the enemy's turn comes back around, so they can just pick it back up and nothing is really lost. Not even the possibility of generating an attack of opportunity by having them. So that's like why I kind of always go with the idea of just it moves out of their area of reach. And of course, if they do not have reach, so they move a square away. Of course, maybe if you crit or do something like that, I would maybe consider like some additional effect. Maybe it moves further away, or depending on the creature. Maybe I'll even make the idea that you've harmed them in a significant way, where actually picking up the weapon would be a use of an action instead. So that way they kind of have to. It's no longer like, it's more deliberate. It's no longer something that can be done with ease. Like if we talk about D&D, it could be like a bonus action thing. Again, these are just the ideas that I have kind of like off the cuff. Depending on the system and depending on what you're playing, you can add a different sort of varieties on that idea. That's just something like I have in mind right now when it comes to how to deal with this kind of like targeting hits. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna take a quick break because an ad is about to come up in less than a minute or so, and once the ad is over, I'm gonna return to character creation and gonna talk about creating a character. Yeah, I'll see you in minutes. Okay, there we go. So now that we've done with like a general introduction of generic terms and what exactly you need to play the game when it comes to like materials, which is mostly just dice, paper, and then a pencil. That's basically the shtick. Now let's get into like character creation, and depending on and seeing at how things are going, we might just be focusing on character creation today and look at other elements next time, just because I don't think I want to extend it too long. So for characters, in this chapter it will be outlined the initial steps for character creation. Following characters provide additional details. Following chapters, provide additional detail, but the essentials are found here. So every player in Mythras controls a character. A character is the player's alter ego, their role in the game, and it's usually very different physically and mentally to the player. To some extent, I would still say that to a degree, a player character is an extension, or at the least an exaggeration of one aspect of the actual player to some degree. So, Mythras characters can be from a variety of races, although humans are probably the most common and certainly the best choice for beginner players. And every race is defined in the same way. I'm guessing here different species might play a bit differently when it comes to like statistics and stats, attributes, and all that, and maybe even other like various effects under them. That's my guess. So, characteristics such as strength or basic characters are defined by a series of elements, that describe the character's capabilities. These elements are characteristics such as strength and charisma, attributes, things like height or movement, and then standard skills, expertise in fundamental abilities, which everyone shares. Most of these elements are described in terms of numbers, and some are dependent on or calculated by others. What each element means and how they are determined is described in the following sections. So, designing a character. Characters are usually recorded on a character sheet, which is a handy way of organizing all the information about the character. A blank character sheet is included on pages the final pages in the appendix of the book, 302 to 303. But it is recommended that you first design your character using scratch paper and then transfer the information to a character sheet once you have gone through each step of the character creation process. Work through each element one step at a time before proceeding to the next. Use a pencil and have an eraser handy. Certain numbers, such as skill values, will change several times during the character creation process. So, yeah, do not make the sin of writing in pen. Do not. Everything is easy to erase and easy writing. So, character concepts. A good place to start is to have an idea of what sort of character you want to play. A hardened warrior, for example, or a cunning thief. Your character concept does not need to be elaborate at this stage, just a simple idea that will help you guide certain choices, such as race and profession. A few character ideas are listed to provoke your imagination. Here's Barbarian, Young Naive Wizard, a Bad-Tempered Gemstone Miner, and so on. I'm not going to read through all of that, but you get the idea. But aside from that, we also have the aspect of non-human species. Even though humans are the easiest characters to play and are probably the most common race found in Mythras campaigns, but one need not to be confined to just humans. It is possible to play just about any sapient species, because all creatures, regardless of type, are defined in the same way. The creature chapter offers a number of alternatives, along with detailed character creation options for non-human species. However, if this is your first Mythras characters, stick with the rules for humans given in this chapter before branching into more exotic. Again, that's I'm not sure. I personally would probably not be necessarily as hardened about this. It really depends on how exactly the other species are ruled and designed. Because if it's just some additional alteration in certain aspects of, you know, statistics and characters and effects and abilities, I don't see it that being that big of a deal. It's like it's just like having the species in your other systems. So I would maybe encourage for you to look into it, especially if you are like comfortable and have played systems where you've had different non-human species and not just humans. So yeah, honestly, I feel like it won't be that big of a deal, personally. That's just me. But anyhow, aside from that, we have characteristics. Every sapient creature, be it human, elder race, or monster, is defined by 7 characteristics. Each characteristic tells you something about your character, how strong or fast they are, how clever or how healthy, and so on. Characteristics are at the core of every Mythras character and form the basis of most of the other elements, such as attributes and skills. 7 characteristics are strength, or STR, constitution, con, size, SIZ, dexterity or dex, intelligence or int, power or pow, and charisma or CHA. I'm not sure if there's like a way to pronounce that. But yeah, quite familiar. In power, I'm suspecting this represents something regarding the magical effects. Size, I'm guessing it would have something to do with aspects of combat and carry capacity and other things of that nature. We are definitely getting details now, so this is just me speculating before reading. Don't necessarily taking it too much. But before calculating the characteristics, the following section explains what they represent. So, strength represents the physical strength, how much one can lift, how hard one can hit, and so on. Characters with high strength are likely to be more heavily muscled, whilst those with a low strength are somewhat scrawny. Strength is a component of the damage modifier if a character is reduced to 0. Strength, he lacks the ability to move or lift objects, becoming bedridden until strength improves somehow through natural healing, magic, for example. Yeah, quite akin to D&D. Like any of these stats, if it hits in the 0, you should probably you're no longer like a functioning individual. Then constitution is the measure of health and hardiness. Those with a high constitution are physically tough and likely to be more resistant to disease or poison. Those with a low constitution are less resilient and many may be prone to sickness and tire quickly. Constitution is a component in determining hit points and healing rate. If constitution falls to 0 for any reason, that character dies, because yeah, you have no constitution, you're just down. Okay, con does rely on hit points and healing rate, so that's an aspect. Then now the more odd one that I've not seen before. Size is a measures mass and helps indicate height and weight. The larger the size, the heavier or bigger the creature is likely to be. Most creature sizes has a higher minimum value than other characteristics. Representing the smallest example of an adult of that race, which is in the case of humans, 8. Size is used to help figuring out hit points. As the larger, heavier creatures tend to have greater endurance against damage, A size can also be used to determine a character's damage modifier, since mass helps with increase the force of a blow. Size also provides rough limits to height and weight, depending on the character's body frame. If size drops below the species minimum, they are considered to have wasted away to the point they are bedridden. Interesting. Then you have dexterity, agility, balance, and reflexes are measured by dex. Characters with high dex are fast, nimble, and graceful of movement. Those with a low dexterity tend to be lumbering and clumsy. Dex is an important aspect of action points and initiative bonus. If a character is reduced to 0 dex, they suffer functional paralysis, unable to move until the situation is rectified. Intelligence is a measurement of a cognitive ability. It indicates the capacity for a character to think both logically and creatively. Those with lower intelligence are not necessarily stupid, but they are likely to be constrained in how creative they can be. They can employ their wits. Creatures with an intelligence of 7 or below are considered sentient, retaining animal level instinct and able to react to stimuli. Individuals with an intelligence of 8 or higher are deemed fully sapient. Intelligence is a factor in calculating action points and initiative. If an intelligence is reduced to 0, the character becomes completely mindless, which is not good either. And power. Power is a measure of a character's soul, spirit, and inner drive and capacity for magic. It encompasses a number of different things, and it's a relatively abstract measurement, but it's also one of the most important. Power is a characteristic that marks a character out of the gods or other supernatural powers, and is an indication of divine or magical potential, as well as being an indication of the force, their personal determination. Power governs a character's magic points and luck points. If a character's power ever drops to 0, they lose all independent will. So to some extent, every character has some sort of power level, just some more than others. And the final one is charisma, which is a measure of personality and is independent of physical appearance. Some with high charisma, for example, might be ugly or plain to look at, but blessed with charm and wit that more than compensates for not being handsome. Likewise, a low charisma might indicate someone who is radiantly beautiful but utterly shallow or meek. A good charisma is often useful for those who wish to be leaders or centers of their local community. Die-hard loners and submissive followers tend towards the other extreme. Charisma affects a character's experience modifier. Interesting. If charisma ever falls to 0, the character can no longer socially interact with others, becoming so painfully shy or antisocial, they are ignored or driven away. It's interesting. Technically, this one is the only stat that is not necessarily does not have a harsh outcome on the player's agency. Technically, you could be a 0 charisma character, but literally, in those regards, even you as a character, you are basically devoid or completely, I don't know, not necessarily disgusted, but definitely opposant of social interaction, while at the same time, probably others around you would be equally so. But yeah, it's interesting that a lot of these characteristics have play in many aspects of a play. Like, for example, size is probably the best example, that it has aspects of hit points. So basically, it interplays with constitution. It also interplays with strength, and probably some even other aspects like the dexterity, because the smaller you are, the smaller, those are smaller and thinner frame are more nimble than those that are bigger and weightier. And of course, even the aspect that everyone has some sort of like innate magical potential, and somehow like that magical potential is also connected to their general will and independence, or kind of like agency, and somehow losing that is some sort of like divine connection of being a a self-driven individual. So that's interesting. I will be curious to see how exactly charisma plays into experience specifically. But I'm guessing because, you know, it is related to an RPG where, you know, experience is not just combat, it's also how you interact with individuals and people and other characters and scenarios and social situations. So, you know, you're gaining experience as an individual in how you interact with others, not just how you know, stab one another. That's kind of my guess, but it's nice to see that, you know, each of them feels like they have like a deeper depth into them, and so on. And we also have like a note, the Anathames Saga. The cover of this book shows a female warrior, Anathame, battling for her life against a creature innate on killing her. Throughout Mythras will be using Anathame as an example of a character, and through her showing how Mythras rules work. Her saga begins here with character creation. Emma, the player, is creating her first Mythras character and has already decided we will call her Anathame. Emma's game master Steve has told all the players that his Mythras campaign will be set in a fantasy world based heavily on ancient Greek. So Emma and her fellow players, Dave, Colin, and Joe, know little about the world their characters will inhabit and how to picture it. Anathame's world centers on a city-state called Meros. The rules example make a mention of Meros frequently, its inhabitants and general culture, which is late Bronze Age. Meros' enemies are barbarians known as Badoshi warlords, as well as Anathame's several other example characters are used. Kara, Anathame's sister and priestess, Zamothis, Anathame's combat tutor, and Xenos, a Mirish warrior and Anathame's hated rival. Kratos, wow, what a name, a sorcerer bent on destroying Meros, utilizing Kratos to fully destroy a Greek-inspired society. Interesting. And Mew? I'm guessing it's Mew, right? Gotta be Mew. I'm guessing it's one of those things where the J is more of an I in the phonetics. Wandering mystics of the plateau desert nomads. Interesting. Meros is used simply as a backdrop for the rules. Examples. The world is not developed beyond the illustration and it does not form a Mythras default setting. Game masters can of course use Meros in their own games, developing it as they need if they so desire. So yeah, it kind of once again plays into this idea that, you know, Mythras is mostly system agnostic. It's not like a setting of the game. Mythras is just a game system in which you can create your own world around it. Okay, our girl here, she's gonna be the template and basically example guide across this book. That's fun, that's interesting. That's because, you know, in certain scenarios it's good to have like a bit of an example of ruling, because, you know, rulings can get a bit wordy. You can lose yourself in the text, and it's good to have like a clear situation example, so that way you can also have like a better grasp of it through practice. Because again, it goes into that whole idea which I personally kind of go by. It's better to learn most of the aspects of a game through play than through reading. Like, get the basic gist on how to roll the dice and how to determine outcomes, and that's kind of it. If you know that the gist of that, you don't really need more than that. Any other particularities of character creation, magics, abilities, all that kind of thing, we'll learn them as we go. But as long as you just grasp the core of how to play the game, to me that's more than enough. From that point on, just do your thing. But yeah, it's good to, because, you know, learning through play, it's more it actually helps a lot better with actually retaining that information than just simply reading it. So, how do you calculate the characteristics? Each has a numerical value determined on how potent it is. Characteristic values can be calculated in one of several ways, either by a random dice roll or by allocating a predetermined number of points. Which method to be used is governed by the Game Master. Game Masters are free to modify rolling techniques or values to suit their own campaign. For instance, if the Game Master wished to randomly roll player characters to be more heroic, or at least free from handicap, he could permit the reroll of an unusually low result, or allow the player to take up to 3 points from one characteristic and assign them to another, providing a new scores to the new scores do not exceed the normal characteristic range, or even permit one of the dice rolls to roll each characteristic to be substituted for its full value. Like if using point allocation, a character can simply be assigned a larger pool of characteristic points. By default, the following options are suggested. Yeah, this was just kind of like a way of, even if maybe the way you determine stats is not to your liking, you can slightly adjust it or add a few conditions here and there, so at the very least there is an element of fairness. Like if you don't like the aspect of characters having a bit of a handicap, even though for aspects of play and aspects of play, I feel like it has importance to it, then yeah, go ahead and use some way to avoid that, or at the very least figure out some limits. I know, I think if I remember correctly, we had like a dice rolling system. I'll be fair, it got a bit complicated, where it was kind of like a mixture of dice rolling, but it also kept everything within a set of points, within a status score range. And basically you rolled for 5 stats, and then the final 6 stat was determined basically based on that kind of calculation. And even there, maybe there was like a hard limit on how low it could be and how high it could be. Something of the sort. I don't fully remember exactly the dice roll. It was a bit complicated, I'll be fair. But initially I kind of liked it because it still had a bit of that kind of chaoticness of rolling the dice and figuring out the system. But at the same time, it also offered you gave you a bit of a helping hand, because it worked both ways. Like if you had like some someone who just rolled like basically was a meat slab and rolled just high scores consistently, then they would have been guaranteed with their 6 stat roll to have a low stat, and kind of as their handicap. Again, they still have the agency to pick and choose where to put those stats, but this was just used to determine their array per character. Or in the situation where you have unlucky players, because that's also the case of just where they for some reason mostly roll low stats, they would at the very least have a guarantee of a high stat. So something there was something so there was an aspect of their character that they were like really proficient in. So at the very least, it kept it a bit more balanced. So that way, you didn't necessarily have the scenario where with the random dice roll, some characters were really proficient in doing anything, while other characters were basically barely able to do anything at all. So there are methods. You can modify until you find something that seems fit to you, be it as simple or as complex as you want it. So, what examples are we offered here? So, dice roll in order, the worst one in my opinion. Roll the indicated dice for strength, con, size, dexterity, intelligence, power, and charisma. They can each roll a score as it comes. Since the results of these rolls can be somewhat random, it is often better to decide on a character concept after the dice are rolled. Otherwise, the final character may preclude the preconceived roles. The dice used depends on the creature and race chosen. For example, you roll 3d6 for strength, con, dex, power, and charisma, then 2d6 plus 6 for size and intelligence. Interesting. Other species use the dice listed against the entries in their creature chapter. Still, oh my god, 3d6. To be fair, this is a percentile game system, so I'm guessing here the characteristics represents something different. But still, you know, thinking back on, you know, on D&D, where having, oh yeah, roll in order, but this is in D&D, this is probably the most masochistic way of doing it. You roll in order, you roll only 3d6 and no re-rolling, because technically 3d6 determines your stat array, because, you know, the classic rolling, the current classic rolling in D&D is roll 4d6 and you drop the lowest, so you add the other 3 remaining to your combat, to your stat score. While here, no, you just take whatever you get in from those 3 dice, and you do not have like a freebie to remove in your advantage. That's the most masochistic way of doing it. Yeah, roll them in order and just 3d6. If you really want your players to hate their experience and hate dice for the rest of their life, do it that way. I'm sure for like some sort of like, I don't know, let's call it a wretched one shot or some other shenanigans like that. That might be neat, and some players might like you know, and do it for the craziness. But I don't know, for something that it's long term, or definitely you are more attached to a character, probably not. But for the hilarity of, like, you know, we don't really care what is the outcome of these characters, it's just purely for the fun, probably. I feel like that could be interesting. But at least do it once for fun. Dice roll assign as above, except that the players may exchange values between characteristics with the same dice range. For example, when rolling up a human, the player could swap between the strength, con, dex, power, and charisma characteristics, because they share the 3d6 range, or between the size and intelligence characteristics with their 2d6 plus 6 shared range. But never switch over rolls from one group to another. So yeah, you don't use the 3d6 roll to determine the size. And in here is definitely used this way because, you know, it is mentioned that you have to be a sentient creature which is 8 or higher in stat roll for intelligence, which is why you have it this way, with a flat 6 modifier at the start. Or at the very least, even if you get 2 1s, at least you're guaranteeing yourself that you're gonna have the minimum 8 of sentience. And I'm guessing it's similar to when it comes to like the human size aspect of having your of being, you know, a fully able human. And like the final option, it is the points build. Instead of rolling dice to determine characteristics, players build their characters from a preset pool of 75 points. Certain rules apply to the points build option. So 1 point in a characteristic costs. So 1 point in a characteristics costs 1 point from the points build. Characteristics cannot be lower than the minimum value or greater than the maximum value of that characteristics. All characteristic points must be used in the design process. Points cannot be held over or be used for anything else. So yeah, you have 75 points, you use them as you see fit, and it's a 1-to-1 cost. It cannot be more than the minimum value, which I'm guessing here it's 8 for size and int, and here, considering that you can do 3d6s, I'm guessing it cannot be lower than 3 for either. So that's kind of your go-to. So if we go with, oh, let me do math here. 5. So 15 plus, we have 31. So 31 points already used up, and you still have basically a stat array of 3 and 2 8s. And then the other ones, the other 44 points are spread around however you fit. But yeah, interesting. It's basically, it's kind of akin to D&D. You have the point bind system, but here is just a simple 1-to-1 point buy. It doesn't have the kind of like racking point cost that D&D has. I'm guessing here because the point scores go pretty high than just the flat, you know, max 20. I'm not sure exactly here what would be the maximum value. I'm not sure if it's mentioned anywhere. Yeah, I don't think so far none of the, at the very least in the description here, there was no mention of what's the maximum value for a human at the very least. So maybe that's something that's going to be mentioned later. But now that we looked at characteristics, let's look at attributes. Each character also has a set of attributes. These are particular capabilities derived from characteristics or determined by them that are used to govern certain factors of gameplay. And the attributes are action points, damage modifier, experience modifier, healing rate, height and weight, hit points, initiative bonus, luck points, magic points, and move rate. So, to start with the first, what are the action points? How often a character can act in a combat round is determined by action points. How they are used is discussed in more detail in the combat section, but to determine a character's base number of action points, you take the sum of intelligence and dex and consult the chart below. So you add your intelligence and dex together. If you have 12 or less, it's 1 action point. If you are between 13 and 24, that's 2. If it's between 25 and 36, that's 3. And from that point onwards, for every 12 additional points, you get an additional action. So it uses the point resource like action, like the system that kind of like Pathfinder goes with, but it's varied. It's not just a simple, oh yeah, you just have you just have the you just have three actions per turn. That's all you can do. Now the more int and dex you get, the more actions you are able to do at a turn, which I'm guessing it will probably get insane after a certain point. To be fair, I'm guessing once you hit the maximums of int and dex, there is going to be like a certain capstone, maybe. Intelligence refers to clever characters that can more easily exploit openings and opportunities that lend an edge in combat, while agile characters react more quickly and can therefore act more often during combat. So, it definitely plays more into the, I'm guessing Mythras plays more into the idea that it's not just a singular attribute that determines someone's proficiency in a certain aspect of gameplay. Because like a good example that I've had, and something that I've at times argued, and I think even here it was mentioned that it's used in multiple stats use it to determine the effect or the modifier. Initiative. Because from my perspective, and I think from my logic, initiative is not just about how quickly you react, but also how quickly you notice how quickly you notice the events happening. Like, for example, you could be an individual that reacts quickly, but if you realize too late of the threat around you, no matter how agile you are, you're still gonna be slightly behind. And equally, no matter how quickly you notice a threat, if you do not act quickly enough, it might still get an upper hand. So to me, at least in terms of D&D, I've always considered initiative to be more of a mix between wisdom and dexterity. I say wisdom because it's a perception thing. That's why I use wisdom, because wisdom, the perception based stat is wisdom. Because it's also regarded to the passive perception of it all. So that's kind of, and I've had like 2 ideas of how to do it. You can either do it the more insane thing of adding the sum of the 2 together. And that is your overall initiative modifier, which gets you into pretty high numbers. But remember, the rule that you apply to yourself to the player characters also applies to the monsters. So you give them a bonus to their initiative as well, utilizing their wisdom modifier. Or secondly, the other one that you can utilize is using an average. Like you do the average sum of the 2. So if you have a 2 dexterity, but you also have a 4 wisdom, that gives you a +3 initiative modifier, because 2 plus 4, that's 6. On half, that is 3. And of course, you can round it up or round it down, depending on how you prefer. Like that's so yeah, that's kind of like an example that I can offer you. Like, and I think like Mythras utilizes this kind of concept across attributes and systems. Also, there is like an optional rule of fixed action points. Those who have 3 action points have a significant advantage over those who only have 2, and this may be frustrating to some players. So, at the game master's discretion, all characters can start the game with either 2 or 3 action points, regardless of intelligence and dexterity. Yeah, this is something that I guess you could discuss with your players. If one of the players, if some of the players do not agree or like the idea of having varied action points, and considering that, and some people prefer to do more things in combat, or feel like they have like a fair playing field, and don't feel like they have to be forced into investing into more things, or into investing into 2 stats they don't feel into stats that don't feel representative to the character, then this is a good alternative. Just have a flat number of actions. To be fair, I think it is probably general that most players are going to be somewhere between 2 or 3. So deciding which one to take is fine. Another way I could see it, if you want to do like to do something that feels a bit more varied, like for example, you still have this idea of advancing, getting more action points as you advance. Maybe you could probably also play like a different type of ruling where you choose which is gonna be the standard one based on which is the majority amount of action points. For example, if most of the group has 2 action points, that's how the entire group is gonna act like. But as the game progresses, if the majority shifts towards 3, then the entire party then shifts to 3 action points, and so on. You might be able to also like do an average instead if you want to, if that's more to your liking. So maybe that could also be a thing. Again, something to discuss with your players if you feel like it's fair or not. It's just, I don't know, it's something that came out of my mind right now, as probably like an alternative where you can still progress in having multiple action points as you advance your stats, but this has to be, but now it's basically more of an investment across the board. So or who knows, maybe after a while the player that wants to invest more into action points may have a influence. If we do the average sum, for example, for the players that invest more, their action points will also offer a benefit across the board for the entire party, not just themselves, by averaging it out. Maybe like that's like a thought. Again, that's something that I would say put the theory into the test first, like in the sense of do the math, do the numbers, see how exactly that would turn out in a likely hypothetical, and then discuss with the players and see if that's something worth going or not, or if you just simply decide let's just stick with the fixed points and that's it. If you do not like what would be seen as kind of like the unfair variety. I feel like depending on your group, some people might be okay with it. Best example I could probably give anyone probably playing WoD things are probably okay with it, because this is basically like having somebody having, for example, a vampire with celerity. That's basically it. Like, if you're okay with celerity being this insane stacked ability that basically gives you so many things to do in one combat round, compared to the normal vampire, that has no point in celerity, then yeah, go ahead. Okay, right side, now that we talked about action points, let's talk about damage modifiers. The bonus amount of damage a character inflicts when they physically strike or apply force is the damage modifier. It is generally used in combat situation, but it can also be utilized when attempting to break objects. Damage modifier is an extra die roll which is either added to or subtracted from the damage inflicted by a weapon or tool. If a negative damage modifier takes a weapon's damage to 0 or below, then no damage at all has been inflicted. So it could be, so depending on your points, you can be basically completely inefficient with certain weaponries. Add together strength and size and console to the damage modifier. So for 5 or less, it's a minus 1d8. Between 6 and 10, it's minus 1d6. 11 to 15, minus 1d4. 16 to 20, it's minus 1d2. Then 21 to 25 is you don't have any bonus, you don't have any modifier. From 26 to 30, it's 1d2. And basically, from the looks of it, for every 4, you go a step up. So up to 35 d4, then up to 40 d6, then up to 45 d8, up to 50 d10, up to 60 d12, and then we get into like number formulas, which I'm guessing maths itself out. So you have 1d8 so 61 to 72 d6. Then you have a 1d8 1d6, then 2d8, then 1d8 1d10 1d8, then 2d10. Then you have okay, 2d10 to 1d2. Then 2d10 1d4, and then with each other 10 points it progresses forward, which yeah, that's probably gonna be a lot. So yeah, the reason why it's because strength characters apply more brute force, while size usually indicates greater mass or leverage. Yeah, and considering that what size has to be at a minimum default of 8, and strength at a minimum default of 3, that means that you have at least 11, so that's a minus 1d4. So technically for a human, worst case scenario is you're getting a 1d4 penalty on your attacks, which I'm guessing there are very few weapons that basically do nothing with a 1d4 penalty. I guess it's something that it's a bit more not as hurting as others. Like for example, if we go by the logic of, let's say, 1d4 daggers, that means that you are ineffective with a dagger. But if you do like something like a 1d8, I don't know, two-hander, I'm guessing there's still like you still have in play in the aspect of, you know, you still have in play the aspect of you know, of, you know, the weapons kind of like leverage going down on it. To be fair, it's minus 1d4, and from my understanding here, you're not necessarily subtracting the dice roll. Oh no, you are subtracting the dice roll. So okay, so yeah, basically if you have like a 1d4 dagger, if you subtract the 1d4, then basically your dagger does zero damage in this state of strength. You need to have at least few points of, although it gets a bit complicated, like what exactly does it mean in these situations? Like 1d2, you just do the d4 roll, and then you do the d2 roll, and you subtract that. I'm still suspecting that it's more about like you roll the dice and you make the subtraction from there. So even with a 1d4 dagger, if your minus 1d4 is lower than your d4 roll for the dagger, you're still doing some damage with the dagger. That's my guess. Oh yeah, that's fine. But yeah, basically you get a benefit for being a stronger character, not necessarily just even in damage, not just in making sure that you hit. Because we feel like a localization, I'm guessing hitting in localization has probably is determined in a different way and not necessarily through strength. Or maybe the strength is not going to be as big of a factor. Then you have a experience modifier. Over the course of play, characters improve their skills and capabilities. This is achieved through the use of experience rolls, which are explained later down the line at page 71. A character's charisma score may adjust the number of experience rolls the character has, reflecting the relationship they have with their peers and their reputation in their community. If a character if the charisma is high, people are willing to put themselves out to help, train, or support the character whilst they undergo tuition. Conversely, if the charisma is particularly low, there may be some difficulty improving one's capabilities without the assistance of others, finding someone to spar against, for example. Why is that the reason? Because charismatic characters possess greater force of personality and the ability to encourage cooperation from friends, comrades, and peers. And here's the experience modifier. If you are 6 or lower, you get a -1. If you are between 7 and 12, you don't get any bonus modifier. If you are between 13 to 18, you get a +1. And then for each additional 6 points, you get another +1. Which is fair. Then you have healing rate. After receiving injuries, a character needs to recuperate. Healing rate determines how quickly they naturally recover from wounds. Depending on the severity of the injury, which is mentioned later, the healing rate denotes how many hit points are recovered per day, week, or month. So, a healing rate is determined solely by constitution. If you have it, you have it 6 or less, you have a healing rate of 1. If it's between 7 to 12, it's 2. If it's between 13 to 18, it's 3. And it's an additional 1 for every 6 additional points. That's fair. Then, what is your height and weight based on your score, on your size score? The character's height and weight is dependent on 2 things: size and the character's body frame. 3 body frames are provided: light, slender, athletic, and underweight, medium, and heavy, broad-shouldered, barreled, and overweight. Players are free to pick their preferred frame depending on how they envisage the character. If known humans are being created, race may limit the choice of body frame. Calculate height and weight, which is measured in centimeters and kilos. So, the appropriate metric system. Cross-reference size with the body frame selected. The results is a range of values that your character's height and weight falls into. You should choose the actual value from within this range. The height and weight table can, of course, be used to determine the physical properties of anything, but it is primarily designed to reflect humanoids. Other creatures, however, can have more extreme body frames beyond those given here, which are mentioned in the creature table. So, yeah, so we have height is more general, and weight is based on the body frame. So yeah, these are basically the points. I'm not gonna go too much into it, but looking at the numbers here, just if I were to put a number to myself in this category, which I kind of hate to see that, I am wait, am I a 9 life? I'm either 9 life or... That's a weird range. There's no step between these. I'm guessing that kind of gives me somewhere like an in-between. Because I'm definitely not 45 kilos. I'm hoping that I'm a bit weightier than that. I've not measured myself in a while. Not sure how much above 50 I am, to be fair. I'll be honest with that. Maybe somewhere around 55, maybe. But that still would be like an in-between life and medium. But I'm definitely a size 9 from the looks of it. Because, yeah, it's the height. It's the height. Damn it. But yeah, I guess you can have like a starting reference here with your character if you want to base a character, if you want to make a character based on you. You have the numbers here. I'm not gonna go for all of this because, you know, it's just it gets complicated. Not complicated, but it gets lengthy. But yeah, then you have like hit points per location depending on constitution or size. Oh, let's read it first and then we'll look at it. So, hit points. They represent how much injury an area of the body can withstand before it becomes useless, possibly resulting in incapacitation and ultimately the character's death. The body of every creature is divided into separate locations. Humans, for example, have 7: head, chest, abdomen, arms, and legs, each location with its own hit points. Some creatures, such as monsters or different classes of animals, by their very nature, often have radically different body structures, yet each location they possess still has hit points. When location hit points are reduced to a certain level through damage of any kind, then the character suffers a certain consequence that reflects the severity of the injury. For further information, when it comes to wounds, it's later mentioned in the game systems. And to calculate hit points, for each location you add constitution size and you cross-reference it on the table. Why con in size? Because constitution means healthy, resilient individuals can withstand more punishment than frailer ones, and size because the greater bulk helps absorb damage and reduce the significance of injury. So here we have like con and size, you know, 1 and the general like varied ranges. Let's go with the as we said before, like with the lowest possible, being between 11 and 15. We would have at worst you would have 3 hit points on legs, 4 on abdomen, 5 on chest, 2 for each arm. So arms have 2 per, but for the legs is a bulk amount thing, and 3 for a head. And then from the looks of it, they get up in 1 point progressively, and after for each 5-point ranges, which is fair enough. And lastly, for now, before we take a quick break, we have initiative bonus. The moment at which someone reacts in combat is governed by initiative. The initiative bonus acts as a modifier to initiative rolls. The higher the bonus, the faster one responds in combat situation, determining when you act. Further factors, armor for example, modify it. This goes more in detail in the combat chapter. Initiative bonus is the average of dex and intelligence characteristics. The reason why is because clever fighters can predict attacks and anticipate their opponent's movements, while faster characters can respond more quickly than the slower ones. So, you know, having the average of dex and int, so, you know, think that you can have a 8 intelligence and let's say 3. I'm guessing it gets rounded up, maybe. It's between 5 or 6. At lowest, your initiative bonus is a 5 or 6. Okay, fair enough. Interesting. Anyways, we're gonna continue with the attributes after I take a quick break, as an ad is about to come up in a few seconds, and I will return after the break. So I'll see you in a bit. And there we are. So let's continue. Now that we look to a few of the attributes, we still have a few left. I think. Okay, we have 3 more left. Then we can get to further into character creation. So we now have luck points. They represent a strange force differentiating adventuring heroes from everyday folk. Call it fate, karma, or simple good fortune. Luck points can be used to re-roll the dice if they are unfavorable, mitigate physical damage or other unfortunate circumstances, or gain an edge at a vital moment in combat. Each and how they are used is described later on in the combat section, I'm pretty sure. Once a luck point is spent, the pool decreases. When one is out of luck points, no more are available, unless the game master makes an impromptu award, until the next game session where they are replenished to the value. Okay, so I'm guessing this is yeah, so this is basically a sort of like pool dice with like, here are some freebies and rerolls that you get per session per character. Luck points are determined by power. So if you have 6 or less power, it's 1 luck point. Between 7 and 12, it's 2. Between 13 and 18, 3. And for each 6 point interval, it's additional 1. Okay, it's kind of very much run of the mill. Rerolling and getting the better stats. I'm guessing there might be some other uses later down the line, and the reason why it's used power because it's measures power is a measure of luck and divine favor, a gift of fate, or the ability to cheat it. Yeah, if you have some more inherent, I guess, magical powers, even if you may not be a magical user yourself, you may just be a generally lucky or fate-bending individual. Which I'm guessing that could be also like an interesting form of play. If of course you get like a decent like variety of how you can use like luck points, and you know, seeing that this one like gaining an edge in vital moment in combat is a bit vague. Maybe you can have like multiple uses of it. Then you also have magic points that we utilize in a similar way, which mystical abilities and spells cast in Mythras usually rely on magic points. Since the availability of magic may be limited by a campaign setting or the specific magical profession, some characters will find this attribute superfluous. For those who can utilize such powers, a character's magic points is equal to their power. And these are points are used to cast spells, the cost of which is dependent on the type of magic used. When the caster runs out of magic points, he has exhausted his ability to cast any spells until they are replenished. Why it's power? Because it's the measure of both willpower, they use to command magical fabric, and the psychic strength of the character's channeling from the environment. Okay, there's no mention of how you can replenish it, which I'm guessing might differ. Which either it may differ from a magical discipline to another, or it's something that is more it's going to be more heavily detailed in the magic section of the book, so it doesn't really explain it here. I'm suspecting it might be a bit more in-depth reason of replenishing than just simply you rest and you get the points back. Then movement rate. Movement is not calculated from characteristics, but it is a default value which differs between species. The base one for humans is 6 meters, although certain skills can improve this. The section of movement later down the line on page 69, nice, offers more detail. I'm guessing that's also like within the combat section. That's fair enough. But yeah, those are like the general attributes that are going to be applicable for a myriad of things that are going to be heavily encountered within the game. I like how, you know, based on logic and aspects of, you know, reality, multiple stats can influence the different attributes. So, you know, you never feel like you're gonna be behind in something if at the very least in one of those two stats you are more invested in the other. So, you know, even if you're not a more dexterous character, if you are more more intelligence focused, that means that you still have a decent initiative, and you may still be, you may still deal you may still have a decent amount of actions to do in combat, among many other things. You're not behind anything. But now that we looked at attributes, now we're looking at skills, which you know, all those stats and attributes are going to be required for. By default, every adventurer has a range of standard skills, allowing them to perform a variety of actions with varying degrees of expertise. These skills are detailed more fully in the skills chapter, but cover a range of everyday activities and local knowledge which anyone can use without specialized training. At this point of character creation, players will not only need to know the base values of each standard skill, will only need to know the base values of their standard skills. Basic score of each standard skill is determined by the sum of two characteristics or a multiple of single characteristics. Or a multiple of a single characteristic, okay? The value represents the character's innate competence in the given area. In an effect, their raw talent before any formative training received as part of their culture and profession. The standard skill table shows how the basic values are calculated, along with a brief description of what the skill is and does. The scores represent the percentage chance of success for a skill, so an eclectic score of 25 is expressed as 25%. So how skill percentages work and more detailed skill descriptions are provided in the skill chapter. But as we were mentioned before, the game system works on a D percentile system, so where you need to roll equal or less, so 25% chance that you need. That means that with the dice roll, you need to roll 25 or lower in the case of the athletics example here. Note that the basic percentage for some skills will be modified by both culture and profession, so the starting values will change as the character creation progresses. So these are just a general initial reference for anything else. So yeah, the standard ones that you're always going to encounter is athletics, which is strength and dex, boating, which is strength and con, brawn, which is strength and size, conceal, dex and power, customs, which is intelligence times 2, dance, which is dex plus charisma, interesting, deceit, which is intelligence plus charisma, drive, which is dex plus power, endurance, which is constitution multiplied by 2, evade is dex multiplied by 2, first aid is intelligence and dex, influence is charisma times 2, insight is intelligence and power, vocal is intelligence times 2, native tongue is intelligence and charisma, perception is intelligence and power, ride is dex and power, sing is charisma and power, stealth is dex and intelligence, swim is strength and con, unarmed is strength and dex, and willpower is power times 2. So interesting that even in here it kind of goes under the same logic of there's no one statistic that influences your skill. There's multiple that come into play. So it once again kind of goes into that idea of just because you're not the most strong of characters doesn't mean that you cannot be athletic. Because, you know, I'm guessing because in here athletics it might be an umbrella term for also acrobatics, because that's kind of how in other systems it's been split between, you know, nimbleness and you know, strength of body. And most systems kind of utilize an interchange between two in most scenarios. So I'm guessing that's kind of why this is applied like this here. But, you know, dex is still needed for athletics, definitely. So yeah, again, a good thing where you can kind of compensate from the lack of one skill with another, so you can still be decent at certain skill sets. And I'm guessing it's also because, you know, because of how the stat numbers are built and with the percentile concept, you need some way to get those numbers a bit bigger and not always just be a times 2. Because yeah, maybe in some scenarios it's just about intelligence or charisma or some other mental abilities. Now, once again, to kind of get into the example, so for Anathema's saga, Emma prepares to create Anathema, a human adventuress. The campaign uses assigned dice rolls method, so characteristics rolls are made first and then allocated to characteristics as the player wishes. Emma rolls the following 3d6s: 11, 7, 13, 9, and 16. Since humans calculate their size and intelligence using different dice, he rolls 2d6 plus 6 and gains a 10 and 14. After some thought, Emma assigned them thus: Strength 11, Constitution 13, Size 10, Dex 16, Intelligence 14, Power 7, and Charisma 9. For a human, Anaphemas is of average strength and fairly hardy. She is small, reasonably smart, yet somewhat unlucky. On the other hand, she has excellent reflexes, and last but by no means least, her charisma is a little below average, probably indicating she is slightly shy. Characteristics assigned, Emma now figures out attributes. So yeah, this is a really good example in how you can, in case you might not fully know where you want to go with your character when it comes to like roleplay and how to kind of like represent them, putting stats into play to kind of like figure out like how exactly they would behave based on kind of how their stats are formed is a good example, is a good way to kind of like guide yourself. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be this way. Like, you can still be a talker, for example, and someone that wants to like socially interact but not necessarily have a high charisma. It's just your is more that your way of talking might not necessarily hit in the way that you expect it to. I think like the best example I could probably give to some extent, neurotypicals with neurodivergents talking to each other at times may cause confusion. That could be like a thing where, yeah, you're chatting, you're trying to be like charismatic with each other, but you're talking two different languages in a way. So somehow you are not, you know, really connecting with the other. So you're still, of course, I've gave like an example that is not connected to charisma. I just said it kind of like very detached. I'm not saying that charisma has anything to do with neurodivergence or anything like that. It's just, you know, an other example of like, to some fundamental level, you're talking a different language, even though you're talking the same language. Then, now that the statistics have been figured out, the following attributes are created, which is with action points totaling 430 with her int and dex. So Anna Fame has 3 action points. She can think and act quickly in perilous situations. As damage bonus because of her strength 11 and size 10, giving a total of 21, means she has no damage bonus. Although Anna Fame has a small physique, her strength partially counteracts her stature, preventing any loss of power when attempting to damage something. Then the experience modifier, because of her 9 charisma, it results in no experience modifier. So Anna Fame is somewhat unassuming, finding it a little difficult to make friends and accept others into her trust. So, you know, it can also be the other way around when it comes to charisma, not just you not necessarily being able to make a connection. You yourself may not want to make a connection. Then healing rate, Anna Fame's constitution is a 13, so she has a base healing rate of 3, whilst unexceptional in terms of size and strength. Anna Fame heals from her wounds quickly. Height and weight, Emma has decided that she would like Anna Fame's to be slender, so she cross-referenced Anna Fame's size, the live column for her weight, at a size 10, and she's between 160 and 165 centimeters tall. Emma settles with 165, and she weighs between 46 to 50 kilos, and Anna Fame decides she's at the lower end of the scale and opts for 47. Emma, the reason for Anna Fame's is willowy to the point of looking aesthetically thin, an appearance which leads many to underestimate her. Okay, interesting. So you kind of go, you know, going under that idea of looks can be deceiving. Hit points, Constitution 13 and size 10, so hit points will be average. Her hardiness compensating for her small, slight frame. Adding con and size will give the result of 23, which means that she has 5 hit points in her head and legs, 7 in her chest, and 6 in her abdomen, and also 4 in each of her arms. Anna Fame is tougher than she looks. With the initiative bonus with an int of 14 and dex of 16, the Anafeng has an initiative bonus of an average of 15. He often acts first in combat, seizing the initiative. Luck points with a power of 7 grants her 2 luck points. Thus, twice a game or session, she can call upon those luck points to add her in a variety of different ways. And with a power 7, she also obtains 7 magic points. She isn't particularly concerned. She's smart and agile, and those traits are more important to her, so she's not going to be focusing on being magic-based in capacity. And with all those statistics, now Anafeng's standard skills are as follows. Athletics 27%, boating 24%, brawn 21, oops, press the key by mistake. Conceal 23, customs 28, dance 25, deceit 23, and so on. Like, I'm not gonna go through all of this, it's just a various of numbers. Clearly, at this stage, her weakest skill is willpower, reflecting her shyness and lack of self-confidence, whereas her base is evade, indicating Anafeng's natural grace and coordination. These raw talents will further improve by her cultural upbringing and chosen profession, as described in the following 2 chapters. And now that we've figured out the general skills and statistics, let's figure out like combat styles. In what way are you fighting? Combat style is the skill related to fighting in the use of weapons. It is a diverse skill with many specializations related to the culture or profession which teaches it. Most fighting traditions encompass training in multiple weapons, along with the techniques required to use them all effectively, whether singly or in combination. In addition, they often assume a situational element, such as fighting as close order infantry whilst mounted. Therefore, a combat style is an umbrella skill that melds together many related aspects of fighting under a single ability, removing the need to purchase multiple sub-skills. So I'm guessing if you choose one style, you get a range of options from there, and basically that's kind of where you go. So it's not necessarily, I'm guessing, like in D&D where you have to be proficient in each specific weapon. And here, if you are specific in a style, that will give you a range of weaponries that would befit that style. You don't have to worry about having to learn new weapons if you want to learn something that, even though, like let's say here, one assassin mentions dagger, short bow or crossbow, but I don't know, maybe you want to learn shurikens, or some other sort of like kind of like or you know, there's are like those like small sites. I forgot to their names or anything of the sorts. Those would still be within the assassin purview, so you would be proficient in them either way. So there's no need for you to learn being proficient if it's within your style. That's my understanding of it so far. All combat styles have a basic percentage equal to strength plus dex. Since most people can pick up a weapon and instinctively either swing, throw, or fire it, combat styles are considered standard skills. Yet, due to their potentially diverse nature, they are categorized and defined separately under the names suitable to the genre of the game setting. For example, a campaign centered on a professional gladiators where set-piece bouts between conflicting weapon techniques is important. A character might learn combat style Retirus or combat style Murmillo, whereas traveling merchant campaign might feature wandering tribesmen with combat styles like horse nomad instead. The precise weapon covered by a particular style are normally defined by the game master, and further details are given later in the line. Characters learn combat styles as part of their culture and profession, as described in the following 2 chapters. Some sample styles are offered opposite to show the range of versatility of combat style, but these are simply suggestions. Various Mythras supplements offer many more variations and creative styles, and both players and game masters are encouraged to develop their own unique combinations fit their campaign. So these are the general. So I'm guessing these are like what styles you could encounter, or what styles you could be focused on, and what exactly would be your weapons. But from my understanding of it so far is it like I don't think it's like a hard set. Like to some extent, you can just keep yourself. You can like vary yourself to different ones, or like at the very least, you choose, or maybe you choose a style for campaign, and then based on no, because it was also a mention. Styles are considered standard skills. Okay, many specific most fighting strategy compass training in multiple weapons. Therefore, combat style is an umbrella skill that melts together many related. Okay. They learn combat styles are part of their culture and profession. So, my guess here is depending on what culture and profession you choose, that's gonna be your selection of combat styles. Here are just some examples on how exactly like combat styles are formed. Like, you know, for example, you have assassin, which is dagger, shortbow, bow, and crossbow, with their traits of being assassination and range marksman, which I'm suspecting these are like combat abilities. They're gonna be listed later down the line, and so forth. Yeah, fair enough. So you need to go a bit more further into character creation in order to figure that one out. Which, you know, speaking of cultures and professions, we are getting this next chapter, which is culture and community. Culture and community play an important part in Mythras character creation. Culture determines the kind of society in which the characters was raised, and so prescribes certain outlooks and philosophies they might have. More practically, cultures help define the values of various skills that shape your character's overall capabilities. Community details the family, both immediate and extended, which helps to define the king's folk and relationships with them. Yeah, basically, I'm guessing, from my understanding, culture and community is kind of a way to branch out between the two, branch out the concept of background, and the aspect that, you know, background more than anything determines certain aspects of your character, but not all of them. And depending on also your lifestyle or your family, there is like also like another aspect that is different. Like, there's one thing to live in a probably akin to like how Daggerheart does it. You know, there's one thing, you know, you're living in a noble family, but at the same time, there's another if you're a noble of different styles of cultures. So, 4 cultures. There are 4 basic human cultures: barbarian, civilized, nomadic, and primitive. A description of each of these backgrounds follows and includes a view of the culture from the perspective of one of its members. Incorporated in the description is a list of skill bonuses and new skills appropriate to that cultures. Players should apply the skill bonuses immediately to the standard skills on their character sheet and add the additional new skill known as professional skills, introduced in the next chapter, to the appropriate section of the sheet. In many cases, cultural backgrounds list a range of skills and invites the player to pick one or more that will gain a bonus. In this way, the players from the same cultural background can ensure that their adventures are different in the areas they have developed. Also note that each culture comes with several passions. Later mentioned down the line, passions are optional rules for Mythras, but they can add a great deal of depth and characterization to the adventurer you are creating. If passions are being used, then cultural passions define in-grade preferences and prejudices of that culture. If passions are not required, they simply ignore those entries. Interesting. So there's also like, I'm guessing like one aspect, like let's say like stereotypical passions of dwarves. I'm putting I'm putting a fantasy species because, you know, I don't want to jump into the prejudices of actual cultures. You know, let's go into dwarves. You know, prejudice against elves, and I don't know, an interesting passion towards, you know, things like masonry, masonry, gemstones, minerals, I don't know, booze, that kind of thing. That's kind of my understanding. Like, they have like, that's kind of like big, the wider scope of what their interest might be, but not necessarily their default. It's just something that if you choose to go lean into that aspect, you might gain something from it. And also, aspects of play of, depending on how, you were raised up, you might see certain cultures in certain places distant from yours differently. So, cultural skill points. Each culture lists a variety of standard skills that the character learns as part of their formative development in the society. These are core abilities which all characters from the same specific culture improve to some degree. Characters also learn a number of specialized or esoteric professional skills according to their personal interest and have the option of learning a cultural combat style. Okay, so here it's where you learn the combat style, as it was mentioned above. Professional skills are further explained in the skill chapters later down the line, but in brief they represent those skills which cannot be attempted without years of rigorous study and specialized training. Whereas a character has a basic ability in the standard skills, they have zero ability in any professional skill unless chosen as part of their cultural upbringing or career. When applying a cultural skills, perform the following steps. Apply the static bonuses to the custom and native tongue. There are 40% to each, irrespective of the culture. Select 3 professional skills from the options offered. If desired, select a single combat style. And then distribute 100 points among the listed standard skills, the chosen professional skills and combat style if selected. Increase that skill by 1% for every point spent on improving it. Okay. Players are free to choose how much each skill is improved by, but each skill must receive a minimum of 5% and cannot receive more than 15%. Have a character creation capstone. So, basically, you have like, I don't know, quite a few standard skills, 3 professionals, 1 combat style. Like here it's already 4. And I'm guessing that you have 5, something, 16 standard skills. Is that like 4? Something like that, probably. Or close to that. Then chosen professional skills start off with their base characteristic values as per the standard skill. Some professional skills, such as crafts, languages, or lores, offer choices of specializations. In these cases, the specialty chosen should be one which suits that culture. Characters need not invest any points into a combat style if they are disinclined to do so. As some cultures have non-combat members, whether due to gender, caste, or philosophy, cultural combat styles usually reflect the informal training received by the community for hunting, personal protection, or civil defense. Each culture comes with a range of evocative names for combat styles. However, no weapons are defined because combat styles are intended to be flexible tools for the game master to tailor the weapons to the particular culture or setting. Refer to the combat styles section in the combat chapter for further guidance. Okay, so it's more of a template. Anything. The professional skills have a standard characteristics, although some require additional specialization. Like I think like the best example is like, I don't know, if you have some sort of yeah, as mentioned here, if you have a crafts professional skill, you have to mention what kind of crafts. You're not just good at any crafts, you just should be good at a specific type of crafts, and that's kind of how it is mentioned. So to kind of quickly look, I'm not gonna read through it. I'm just gonna show what exactly it's gonna be listed. So for example, we have the barbarian culture. Here we have the standard skills that you receive. Here are some examples of combat styles: Barbarian, Fleetman, Horse Eater, amazing, Wolf Hunter, and some professional skills, which you can choose 3. Craft, Healing and Lore, Musicianship, Navigate, Seamanship, Survival, and Track. Then, as cultural passions, you have Loyalty to Clan Chieftain, Love, be it a friend, sibling, or romantic lover, and Hate, be it a creature, rival, or clan. Which person I think these are gonna add an interesting aspect. I'm guessing here it is a more element of kind of flavor, like what to take in account when we're talking about a barbaric culture. I'm guessing he also like generals. Oh no, civilized is the other culture. Yeah, civilized, nomadic, and primitive. But yeah, we're not gonna look through all of that because that's for later down the line. So let's see. Yeah, I don't think it mentions background event. So let's go with Anaphame's Saga as an example. Steve, the game master, has already decided that the characters are residents of a civilized city-state named Mythras, loosely based upon the myths of ancient Crete. It was Crete. Forgot. Anaphame is therefore from a civilized culture. It begins by adding a default 40% to customs and native tongue. He chosen 3 professional skills she learned growing up in Mythras, deciding upon Courtesy, which is a 23% because it's intelligence and charisma. Lore, Geography, 28% because intelligence times 2. And Streetwise, 16%, which is power, charisma. Now, Anaphame now has 100 points to assign to the listed standard skills and 3 professionals she selected. She applies them thusly. Conceal with 5, Deceit with 5, Drive 5, Influence 10, Sight 10, Locale 5, Willpower 10, Courtesy 10, 15, Lore, Geography 10, and Streetwise 15. The remaining 10 points she will hold since she wishes to learn a combat style. Steve says that as a citizen of the city, Anaphame can take the Mirish Slinger style, learning as a child the art of slinging, which was augmented with the city's civic training in short swords and medium shields. The style starts with a base score of 27, strength plus dex, and she adds her remaining 10 points to it. Hello there, how's it going? Hope you have a nice day, whatever time zone you're in. Hope everything is good. I'm just out here reading quickly this excerpt and then anyway, I'll be with you. Just wanted to finalize this. What system is it? This is Mythras, the Mythras RPG. A quick reminder of the page. Okay. So, evening, I live in Germany. Okay, fair enough. I just jump in with, whatever time zone, because, stop confusing. I'm not even good at there, assume. But yeah, this is the Mythras RPG. The best way to kind of describe it, in my opinion, so far, because, I'm also kind of having a first look at it as well, as I'm kind of like reading and, giving my own thoughts on it. It's definitely kind of more medieval-esque, but agnostic setting system. So, it's not based on any sort of specific setting of its own. It's just a set of rules to create a character, create cultures, create a world of your own, but it doesn't have one of its own. It has a lot of inspiration from, actual, cultures, mythologies, folklore, and all sorts of things in that nature, just more generalized and not necessarily connected to a specific society in the real world, because, you know, it's an RPG. You can create your own setting if you don't want to play in the real world. You know, you make a character, they are part of a culture, be it barbaric, civilized, nomadic, primitive. Based on that, you can also determine age, aspects of culture, if they're in a cult, what skill sets they have available, what kind of what's the economy system. And, you know, even then, as you go down the line, it has elements of fantasy, because there's also aspects of magic, but all of them are inspired from different aspects of culture, from folk magic to animism, mysticism, sorcery, and even theism, if it's something more, you know, divine related. So yeah, it's kind of medieval-esque, but, you know, it's built around to kind of create it in whatever way you want, and the game offers you a ton of like templates and suggestions how exactly to kind of create it. It's definitely kind of more built around the idea of making your own system, not your own system, but making your kind of your own game based around it. And if certain rules you do not like, or certain aspects of play you do not like, you can just simply ignore and just use the ones that you do. When it comes to, like, you know, playing, it's a percentile dice system. So, you know, all skills represent a percentile number that you either have to hit or be below it. For example, if you have athletics 25, that means that that's a 25% chance of success. So your percentile needs to be 25 or lower on result to succeed. Yeah, it is detailed. Now I'm also kind of going a bit through it myself, as you know, as I'm kind of like looking through it. But so far it's pretty simplistic. You know, it has not really, maybe slightly, just a bit more math. In the idea that, you know, multiple stats are considered with certain skills. Not, you know, for example, athletics is not just about strength; it's also about dexterity. So both strength and dexterity weigh in your stat, and so on, and even other aspects of play like initiative, cast your magic, and all sorts of things, and anything of that sort. And, you know, every detail is to determine an aspect of your character. Right now we were at the culture and community section, which determines some of the skill sets that you would learn based on in what community you have, in what culture you have grown up in, which also determines what kind of combat style you would have if you choose to have a combat style. Just, you know, which is a more generalized way of, this is a form of fighting, but, you know, it's just given a name to it. What exactly kind of but the combat style can fit as a range of weapons and a range of ability traits that it's up to you to decide after the fact. And, you know, so basically, as you're creating your character, you're kind of also creating a bit of the world yourself through it. So you're kind of giving your own input to the world building as well, because nothing is standardized, nothing is within a standardized setting. So it's for you to determine what does X combat style mean in your game. So what kind of weaponries do you use? What kind of traits would you have available? Like basically combat abilities for that style as well. And, you know, also kind of goes into cultures. Cultures also have like an element of what they call passions, which is like an optional rule. Or here, which is kind of like an optional rules of kind of like how to kind of both prejudice and interest that your culture might have bestowed upon you through your personal upbringing. You know, loyalty to, you know, for example, here in a primitive culture, you are loyal to a chief or headman. You have a love towards a friend, sibling, or romantic lover, and you also have hate towards something that scares or intimidates you, because you are of a primitive culture. You, unfortunately, to some extent, you do not know better, just because that's just the culture you've grown in. So certain things that are unknown to you are scary. Or maybe there's like another reason why something is scary. Maybe it's not necessarily a scare of the unknown. Combat style is one of the questions I love to give as a game master. It's a huge difference if you fight with grace, be a berserker style, madman, or a simple patient in combat. Yeah, like I think like a good example. Look at. Yeah, let's say here we are in the civilized culture. Here are some examples of combat styles. You have camel cavalry, feathered death flinger. Again, these are names for you to then figure out what do they mean in your setting. Horse lord, whale hunter, wheeled warrior, wolf runner. Like, you have combat styles, and from that point, like, you determine. And here, again, the game even mentions that combat styles are not obligatory. Like, if you want for your character, you can choose not to have one, because combat styles here refer to your upbringing, what you probably your culture would have instilled upon you when it comes to like general civil defense, maybe some sort of like basic training that your culture has offered to you, either through community, either through help from the community or anything of those sorts. But if you yourself have a philosophy or some other reason, or you are within a societal caste that is not combat focused, the game in no way forces you to choose a combat style. If you don't want the combat style, it's up to you. You can use that. You can use the points that you would have attributed to a combat style to something else. So you could also have a bit of that, not so, maybe not necessarily pacifist, but definitely unskilled when it comes to like a skilled when it comes to like a direct confrontation, but maybe you are skilled in other ways when it comes to like engaging in combat. Yeah, I mean here background has a big influence. Like I'm saying background because it mentions culture and community, but has a greater influence in what skill set you have available. Because here's like another example, still in the culture, in the civilized culture, you have standard skills: endurance, first aid, locale, perception, stealth, and 2 of the following: athletics, boating, swim, drive, or ride. Meaning that anyone of this culture would always have these skills, and have some points to some extent. And professional skills, which you only can have 3 out of the selection, are craft, culture, language, lore, musicianship, navigate, survival track. Yeah, but other cultures might have different selections and so on. There was a funny mistake in the prominent march of D&D 5 in Germany. They forgot to include stats for horses for mounts, but they had mounted elephants instead. Interesting. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably like that was like a localization faux pas on their end. It can happen, I suppose. I think. I don't know. Maybe they're just simply not giving them. To be fair, it wouldn't surprise me. I've seen like a lot of things in D&D where you'd think like this would be a ruling that you'd think you'd encounter pretty often, or like a lot of players would most likely use it to some extent in encounter. Like right now, for the life of me, I can't really tell you if on the top of my head like what are the mounting rules in D&D, because I don't remember them being given as a standard to any extent. So I have no idea to give you like how exactly would mounting. I know there's like a subclass, mounted combatant or something like that for like fighter that is focused on it, but general mounted combat I have no idea, or like just general mounted how exactly it would work in D&D. I know like you now share initiative with the creature, or like you now replace the initiative for the mount, from my understanding. But there is some other weird aspects on it. So we had everyone ride on elephants. I mean, hey, modern problems require modern solutions. If you don't have an alternative, just fuck it, I guess, use that. Yeah, sure, why not? Honor combat is basically just a charge. I think so, probably. I mean, there are particularities when it comes to mounted combat, but, you know, go into it here, because I'm not here to kind of rant about like certain aspects of D&D that should have probably been more detailed, or at the very least given as part of the core, and not necessarily as extended rulings, or like extended core sets, or anything else of the sorts. But anyhow, so to kind of like finalize quickly the Anaphames saga here, which was kind of like an example. Now, finally, for her passion, Anaphames Luke takes loyal to the city, love for a sibling, and hate for a rival. And these will be determined later. These are just aspects of roleplay and just characterization, not necessarily impact game mechanics. And, you know, after applying cultural modifiers, these are the general skills: athletics, boating, brawn, conceal, custom, dance, deceit, drive. Yeah, this is a list. I'm not gonna number them. But yeah, from my understanding, because you have a set of standard skills even before the ones mentioned here, my understanding is that your culture allows you to enhance this selection of standard skills, while the other selection remains by default the way it is. While the professional skills is, you know, you have to choose three of them because you have none by default, and then, you know, the culture allows you to enhance whichever you want. So that's my understanding of it so far. So even because you already like list a few standard skills even before character creation, which is even before you get into cultures and communities, which is here. These are all the standard skills you have, but not all of them are listed in the culture. So from my understanding, because cultures allow you to then increase further skills, only the standard skills mentioned in that culture can you increase them further beyond the basic percentage that you get here. Plus, you know, free professional ones that are related to that culture, and if you want, also a combat style. So yeah, kind of quickly skimming through. Okay, we still have quite a bit the aspects of community. Have some background events. Let me quickly look. I think I have a list of. Yeah, there's also the career. So. The career section, I don't think we have to look too much through it, as most of it is then yeah. Okay, yeah, I think we can finish up really fast. Still have a bit. I would like to be done the entire like character side, so we'll finalize this chapter and also the careers chapter, then continue from there. But yeah, first of all, I'm gonna take a quick break because an ad break is about to come up in a few seconds, and I also need to take a bathroom break. I'll return in a few minutes. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, there we go. So now that we went over the general culture, let's look at background events within culture and communities. So background events are notable things that happen in the character's life before they even began their career as an adventurer. Some are formative, some are fortunate, and some are unfortunate. Background events are optional, but using them adds to the character's history. They can be used by creative players and game masters as hooks for scenarios or even complete campaigns. If using background events, you may feel free to choose event that appeals or randomly roll. Random rolls may produce very interesting but potentially conflicting results. If a roll is not to your liking or seriously disrupting the idea and concept you have for your character, then do re-roll the event. Background events should enrich the character, not disrupt it. So it's not like a hard set rule. You can choose however you see fit. If your starting career is older than the Mythras starting character is older than the Mythras standard, then you may gain multiple rolls on this table. You can see the age at later. I mean, it's gonna be mentioned in the career section, so it's gonna be relevant soon enough. If you roll the result twice, Reroll one of the results. If two results contradict each other, discard both and roll again. Or agree with the Game Master on how best to make both results work together. And, you know, here is like the list of like background events. I'm not going to read through them. This is something for you if you want to get Mythras to kind of take a look at. So I'm just kind of like slowly scroll through. But yeah, it's basically an extra thing to add to your character as kind of like flavor, or, you know, a starting point of inspiration if you're not fully sure like with certain aspects of your character concept, like where exactly you want to go. So you can have that list as kind of like an fount of inspiration and figure out from there where to go. And now that you've determined the backgrounds and what culture you're part of, let's see your community. Having determined the character's culture, it's now time to develop their community ties. Community consists of a number of related elements: family, contacts, background events, and passions. Passions were mentioned in the culture section earlier, but you'll find the rules for them here. Work through each of the community elements and, as described below, adding the details to your character sheet. This is an opportunity to really bring your character to life, to work out what family they have, what friends and enemies they might have made, and what strange or odd things have been happening to them in the past, and what things drive their loyalty, their love, and their hate. Yeah, at this point you're probably kind of detailing them, and to some extent I'm suspecting a lot of it is more related to just elements of more to elements of backstory and character, you know, development than necessarily mechanical. So, character social class, the measure of prosperity, resources, and the social position for the character. Their class influences the starting money available to them, and likely the background resources, things to which the character has access and can return to not adventuring. It is additionally used to determine income between adventures, which is mentioned then later down the line in the economics and equipment chapter, unless it has been predefined as the consequences of a background event or specifically decided by the Game Master. A character's social class is rolled randomly, although it can be chosen and or re-rolled if the Game Master permits. There are 4 separate tables, one for each culture, which determine the class the character or their family have enjoyed for most of their life. Class defines broad categories of social strata, but may have more subdivisions as determined by the game setting. In general, the more advanced the culture, the more complex its social structure. Players should confer with the Game Master to decide what precise title or rank is appropriate for their character. Social classes are mentioned a few pages below, so yeah. So, all characters begin with the game with commodities and currency worth of 46 times different amounts of like silver pieces, depending on the kind of culture. Primitive being the bottom of the barrel and civilized being the top. So you take that into account. Multiply the character's starting money by the money modifier to determine the available cash or commodities the character has. At the Game Master's discretion, additional money generated by the money modifier may be in form of goods or chattels rather than in a ready coin. The background resources reflect additional items the character either can start the game with, such as a mount, horse, camel, beasts appropriate to the culture, and things they can call upon, such as servants or slaves. Then, families. Each character comes from a family. The family might be rambling with dozens of members, or small and tight-knit with only a handful of kin. Family's reputation might help or hinder the character or its connections, and it might prove useful for all sorts of reasons now or in the future. If desired, roll a 1d100 on each of the family tables below to determine the parental status, the number of siblings the character has, and the extended family structure. The X determine the family connections and reputation. Does the family enjoy respect in its community? Do its connection bring it a level of power or prestige? Are there skeletons in the closet that might threaten stigma or ostracism? Ostracism. Ah, that's a mouthful. Does reputation bring allies or enemies? It is recommended to leave the details of large families vague. One way of developing a story for Mythras characters is to introduce family members, such as that shrewish aunt or roguish cousin, through roleplay and scenario developments. Keeping details vague at this stage gives the game master flexibility for creating such introductions. Family table is also mentioned below. Sorry, having a drink, it's a lot to read. Then allies, contacts, and rivals, and enemies. All are people or perhaps organizations that characters have developed a relationship with, for either good or ill. At this stage, all one needs is to give the supporting characters a name. Contact Gundlius the Sage, for example, does just fine, or enemy Cult of Mythras. Fleshing out the details can come later. Allies can be friends, colleagues who share the same cause as the character, who will help and guide when called upon. Depending on their personality, the ally may want a favor in return or might provide their aid for free. Contacts are people of potential influence. The character knows a contact is an acquaintance who can help, not one who will. You know, more contractual at best. Rivals, those who oppose the characters for the same similar goals and will attempt to interfere with or harass them. And enemies, someone who wishes the character harm and will go to lengths to ensure the character suffers in some way. Enemies may take direct and indirect actions, possibly trying to influence contacts and allies to bring about the character's misfortune. All of this is intended to act in the background, providing occasional interactions with the character, but not always being prominent in their lives. These can be good resources of background information and, in certain circumstances, drive crucial parts of a scenario. But they are generally intended to be bit players in the characters' stories rather than fully fleshed non-playable characters. Of course, they may well develop into fully formed non-playable characters as the campaign develops, and so Game Master should keep careful note of who they are and how they look and act, what they know, and how they have and will interact with the character. This will maintain a consistency in how they are portrayed. So yeah, this is more like just giving like a spattering of ideas and concepts that, you know, then a game master can use and develop and do whatever they want with it. I'll be honest, I've kind of felt in that mistake myself of kind of over developing or over detailing back some aspects of backgrounds and contacts and relationships with characters, and you have that kind of disappointment that they're never gonna be introduced just because, simply put, without any sort of malice, the story does not necessarily call for that or call upon whatever you've built upon in your background. And sometimes you can feel like your character, all that character development is a waste. So yeah, definitely, started slow, started small, just basic, a few line words, a few descriptions here and there, like how they look, how they act, and general demeanors. And from that point onwards, as things develop, maybe bring forward some more detail. And that's something I've done more in the past when it comes to like creating some characters for my actual plays, where I don't go too heavy into detail, and definitely realize that there's more to there's more to a background than just telling your history, your character's history. It's also about what relationship you have with your characters, what are their goals, who are there any sort of organizations or bigger entities that might have some connection to them, and all that. And even there shouldn't be too many details. And honestly, it brings a lot of fun. It brings a lot of interesting moments to the table. So yeah, that's kind of fun. Now let me see. Okay. So we have an optional rule here, I think. Personal connections. Why are the characters adventuring together? What connects them and forms the companionship? It is recommended that each player chooses at least one of their fellows and works with the chosen calling to devise a reason for their relationship. For example, they could be childhood friends that, you know, continued into adulthood, members of the same community or culture, members of the same profession, or if from a different profession, they have the chance to meet and do business. Lucky encounter in a tavern, inn, or other social establishment, or who knows, maybe there is a shared acquaintance, such as a third character in the group, if you want to make them even more interconnected, some degree. Starting characters wishing to form personal connections as part of their backgrounds are rewarded with a pool of luck points available to the entire party, rather than just a single individual. The number of luck points starts at 2 and increases by 1 per character who has formed a personal connection with the group. This pool of points functions in a very similar way to the individual luck points a character has, but are there for the benefit if all those are for the benefit of all those within the group. If all those, that's weirdly worded. They can only be drawn upon by a character when they are actively helping or intend to help another character. This can be anyone in the group needing help, not just a character with whom a relationship has been established. Okay, so, you know, there is a mechanical or benefit for, you know, having connections. This is not necessarily a benefit, as it's more of an incentive for you to create character connections. For example, when the player Steve's game decides that they will all hail from the same city, Mythras, and belong to the families they have known each other for years, the characters growing up together, as the characters have grown up together, there are 4 characters altogether. Emma playing Anafame, Catherine playing Kara, James playing Halex, and Rob playing Tor Irdeen, Minotaur character. Clearly, Rob's character is unlikely to have grown up with the humans, so Steve rules that connection will come later through play, but for the humans of Mythras, the group's luck points equal 5. 5 points to start with, plus 1 point for each human and the connections they have formed. Steve tells Rob that the first sessions of gameplay for Irdeen will be introduced and given a chance to form a connection with a human. Depending on how successful this plays out, the group luck points will 6. Okay, so it initially starts at a baseline, and as you develop connections, it becomes more and more interesting. So this could also be something that you can add up as, you know, the game develops along the way. So maybe at the beginning, so maybe even with as the campaign or sessions advance, maybe there's going to be something within the story, that within the shared narrative, that now forms a more powerful connection between 2 characters or multiple characters, and now you have another reason to be, you know, together, and here's another you know, luck point, which again incentivizes people to kind of, you know, work together, act together, and help each other out. Yeah, interesting. I want for character who. Okay. Yeah, from my understanding, you have as a group, you have 2 luck points as a baseline, and then for anyone who decides to form a connection, you start adding more to that pool. And for the more connections you have, the more points accumulate, and it doesn't seem to be any sort of limit. But considering that you can only use these points to on the condition that they are used to help within the group and not to be used selfishly, there is a limitation, so they cannot necessarily, I think, be as exploited. And definitely it's probably going to become a bit more clear how exactly luck points affect rolls later down the line, so that's probably going to give, because I'm guessing you're not going to immediately add a luck point. It's just something you're going to help someone out, and then after, depending on that result, you then decide, hey, I'm using my luck point to make my outcome better because I'm helping them out, and all that sort of thing. And that way they don't necessarily have to utilize their own pool, and their own pool can be used for their more individual goals. So that's nice. And again, this is definitely more of an incentive to create connections and to create more deeper, in-depth characters, and who are also willing to cooperate and, you know, be a part of the party. That's it. That's the main goal of this ruling than anything else. It doesn't. The mechanical benefit in itself, it's not that important in the larger scheme of things when it comes to encouraging and giving. It's kind of, you know, it's giving a push to the players. So like, hey, try this thing out. You're gonna probably realize that this is gonna be, this is gonna offer a lot of good things in the long run. Innately, because you've done this, not because you have access to this new mechanic or this new benefit, mechanical benefit. No, just purely because you've decided to be cooperative in this sort of way. And from that point on, it becomes intrinsic for the players to be like, hey, let's make a connection between some characters. Let's make a reason why we are together. Like, you know, and I've done it in past life. It's fun to, you know, have like a reason to kind of like be there for a character, you know, why, and, you know, have like more interesting moments with them. But anyhow, continuing on, we are now looking at passions, which are an optional rules which can greatly assist the player and game masters in deepening the nature of the character, which can introduce plot hooks based on character desires or prejudices, and helping the player to understand who his character is and what drives him, and so on. Passions are measured in the same way as skills. They have starting values based on 2 characteristics and rated between 1 and 100, or maybe even higher. Passion represents several things: loyalties and allegiances, strongly held beliefs or ideals, or emotions felt towards someone or something. Passions can be improved in the same way as skills, or it can be either increased or decreased by the game master depending on circumstances. Aild, for example, may have loyalty to Arceus, his clan chief, at 70%. However, if Aild were to make an alliance with the enemy clan that Arceus disapproves of, then the game master could quite reasonably have Aild's loyalty drop to 50%, representing an erosion of his fidelity. Conversely, Arceus might grant Aild a favor which increases loyalty to 80%, demonstrating the strengthening of their bond. A passion can be for anything: a person, an organization, an ideal, and even an object. Passions are typically described by a verb such as comfort, desire, despise, destroy, espouse, fear, flee, forswear, hate, love, loyalty, protect, repudiate, respect, seek, subvert, torment, or uphold. The verb describes the nature of the relationship. Loyalty, for instance, does not always indicate respect. Respect does not always indicate love. Despising someone is not the same as hating. Loving someone is not the same as being loyal to them. The verb used should therefore reflect how the character feels, either personally or culturally, towards the subject. A passion can be established at any point in the game, either during this phase of character creation, and perhaps most interestingly during gameplay. All characters needs to do is to establish a passion is to stipulate that they intend to form a passion and give it an appropriate adjective. Love for Eliza, for example. Shun for sorcery. The starting value of the passion varies to its type. See the passion table opposite. At the starting percentage may be modified by the game's master to reflect deeper or lesser devotion. Thus, love, for example, for Elijah might begin for a character at 55%, using the above starting percentage calculation. But because the game master is the character is so faithful to Eliza, a childhood sweetheart, the game master decides to increase the starting percentage to 75, taking into account the lifelong devotion. Where a person or people are concerned, the passion does not need to be reciprocated. It is up to the game master to decide if it is or not. The player must decide if unreciprocated love will strengthen his character passion or weaken it. If the decision is to make it to strengthen the passion, unrequited love often drives the heart to deeper fondness or infatuation, then the passion value can be increased. or decrease if the depth of feeling is diminished by 1d10%. This section only details what passions represent and their default values. How passions are used in games is discussed in later chapters. And as kind of like an optional rule, apparently, marriage. This is purely optional, but is a character married or betrothed to be married? Marriage is the most common way for families to advance their status, position, and power, and so making marriage arrangements even for children who are not old enough to be married is common. Was common. To decide marital status, roll 1d100 for the characters to compare it with the character's base value influence skill. If the result is equal to or less than the base value, then the character is betrothed, that is, has been promised into a marriage. If the 1d100 roll is equal to or less than 10%, the character's influence, then the character is already married. So you are already hooked. How happy or prosperous this marriage is depends entirely on the player and the game master. Take a little time to think about the nature of the relationship. Is it a political or economic betrothal? Does the social class play a part? Do the two partners love each other? Perhaps they hate each other. If love or hate are involved, then consider establishing a passion to represent the depth of nature of the relationship. And if the character is married, have any children formed from the union? Again, this can be an agreed situation between the player and the game master, or the player can roll 1d4 minus 1 to determine the number of children present. If there are any children, then roll 1d4 to determine the ages of the children. If the ages roll are identical, then the character has produced twins or even triplets. If the character starts playing middle age or older, roll the children age on the age table as if they were one category younger. In interesting aspect, definitely. This is definitely something that you'll 100% have to put a bit heavily into discussion, because, you know, it's an aspect that not everyone wants to play into. Even though we have, for certain like roleplay reasons, yes, you can definitely offer something interesting about it. Like if that's something that you kind of want to play into it, 100%. And here's like here's the passion table and how exactly it is affected and what's like starting percentage for a person in a romantic or familial context, person in a platonic context, the first one, an organization of people, race or species, a place, an object or substance, and a concept or ideal. And here are the stats that influence the stats. Yeah, that's interesting. Now, there was a point where we yes, because from this point onwards we only go into the tables, which I'm not gonna, you know, look through them, because that's something for you to like check out. Is just more to get an idea, but to kind of get at the very least an exemplified way of how all of this has went down. We have once again Anaphame's saga. To determine her social class, Anaphame's rolls a d100 and gets a 97. Fortune has smiled upon the heroine since she is descended from the aristocracy. The game master decides she is closely related to one of the city's ruling oligarchs, granting her a privileged position in society, allowing her to live in her family's well-appointed home. For her starting money, Anaphame's is a 4d6 times 75. Her roll is 9, which gives her 675 silver pieces total. As a member of the aristocracy, her money modifier is 5, so this is increased by 3 to 3,375 silver pieces of personal wealth. The game master says that Anaphame has 1,000 ready in coin, with the remaining 2,375 being in forms of jewelry and clothes. Next, Anaphame checks the status of her parents. Her roll over 37 indicates that only her father remains alive, her mother dying while she was little. She then rolls 19 on the siblings table and gets 1 on the d4 for how many brothers and sisters she has. Emma decides her character's one sibling is a sister by the name Kara. The Game Master thinks it's wise to delay the generation of her extended family until later. However, a roll of 51 on the family reputation shows that whilst Anaphame's family is not prominent, it has no black marks against it. A further roll of 77 on the connection tables results in 1 rival. The Game Master decides that Xenos will be Anaphame's rival. They come from families of a similar background and even grew up together. But as Xenos has matured, he has become something of a debauched wastrel who constantly mocks Anaphame's diligence. He also barbarous designs. He also harbors designs for her sister Kara, and Anaphame is determined to protect Kara from his rat. Xenos has broken many hearts, carrying nothing for the wreckage he leaves behind. Anaphame is determined this will not happen for her sister. Nice. See? A few sprinkling of like character development, details here and there to kind of add something interesting into it. Yeah, these are definitely some insane modifiers. Boy. But yeah, interesting nonetheless. But that kind of covers the community. So now we can look at careers as the final chapter for today, which we're going to go through it as fast as possible. But yeah, as I kind of said with the community and culture, that's basically aspects of play that will deepen more personal details of the character to kind of make them, make them of the world feel like the world is alive and moving and they are part of it and they can influence it either by themselves or by the extended network of different characters and connections that they have. And it's really nice whenever game systems offer you options and ways to kind of create those connections or kind of push you into creating those connections. And especially for those who like kind of to improvise or like try to kind of go with the flow and see what comes up, and having these kinds of tables is always nice for those sorts of people where they don't want to have all those aspects predetermined by themselves, or if they want to have them predetermined but they don't necessarily have an idea or a starting point, or the tables themselves can also be a point of inspiration. But now that we've determined like what cultural community and their general societal background is about a character, let's see what was their upbringing and life and profession up until their adventuring, up until they started adventuring, that being careers. In this chapter, develops the character's skills through a profession, possible cult membership, the allocation of bonus skills, and some starting equipment, and determining what magic the character might or might not possess. Careers in Mythras every Mythras character starts the game by having been trained in a career. The occupation they choose may not necessarily be the one they continue to follow as they begin their adventuring life, but it is the career they embarked on as part of the transition to adulthood and further defines their skill development. The careers available for characters are dependent on their cultural background. In some cultures, the range of available occupation is quite narrow because the needs of the community are simple, or social traditions will push young adults along a certain path. In others, the list is more diverse, reflecting a more complex community with wider needs that they have diversified over the centuries. Primitive cultures will definitely be more inclined into just having careers that occupy their base needs of survival. Shelter, foods, anything of that kind of sort, like just the basic hierarchy, the basic table. Spiritual guidance, all that sort of thing. While the more you get into like civilized societies, it becomes wider and wider from like entertainment, research, development, general training, or even heavier, even more in-depth forms of combat, and so on. Players are normally free to choose which career they wish their characters to learn, provided the Game Master deems it suitable. The following tables give some guidance as to the common types of vocations available to each culture type. It is not definite and may differ significantly in more exotic game settings. For example, a campaign based in land where magicians are slain at birth could prohibit the selection of magic using professions. Similar cultural backgrounds, each career offers a chance to improve a range of standard and professional skills commonly utilized by that occupation. Some grant access to magical skills or extra combat styles. Unlike cultural backgrounds, characters need not invest their points in every available skill, but may tailor which ones are taken as those fitting for their specific role in cultures. So you are not required to have all of them. And you can just so basically, you know, kind of like an actual career, you can hyper specialize in what skills you want to develop. Characters develop their career skills in the following way. They select up to 3 skills from the professional skills available to their career, and then distribute 100 points among the career's listed standard skills and whatever professional skills were chosen, increasing them by 1% for every point spent on improving all. Not all of the available skills need to be improved, but no individual skill can receive more than 15% boost. So, if you've already increased the skill and don't feel like you know, they would be more advanced than they already are from previous advancements, you can keep that skill as the way it is and just maybe focus on some that you have not invested in before. Or maybe your career has opened up some other standard skills that you've not had available as part of your culture that you wanted to invest in and weren't able to, and now you can. You know, flexibility. Newly chosen combat styles and professional skills start off with their base characteristic values. Choosing a style or professional skill previously gained via cultural background simply allows the character to further apply some of their career skill points at this stage. Some of these skills, such as craft, language, and lore, offer choices of a specialization. In these cases, the specialty selected should be one which suits the character's culture, and so on. And here is the example of all the cultural backgrounds. So yeah, civilized has the widest selection, while the primitive has the smallest, because they focus on their base necessities, you know, survival of all kinds, be it healing, gathering food supplies, food, shelter, like crafter, or just general hunting, and protection, warriors. And to kind of go through to kind of look at one of them, for example, let's look at agent, which could be an agitator, an assassin, detective, informer, spy. So you have some keywords, examples of what that profession could be. The work, you know, quick description. These are the skills that you obtain. Standard skill is conceal, deceit, evade, insight, perception. Sorry, choked a bit. And, you know, some combat style that is related to concealable weapon styles. Then also some professional skills like cultures of any sorts, disguise, languages of any sorts, slide, streetwise, survival, and track. Let's see what you get available. I'm not going to look for all of them, but to kind of get an example of how these can be developed, we can look at Anaphame's saga once again. Coming from a civilized city-state, Anaphame has a wide selection of careers you could potentially follow. Indulged by her father, she requests training as a soldier, the career he himself followed before retiring to a life of politics. Believing his daughter would soon tire of the grueling discipline, her father tolerantly agrees to apprentice her under the tuition of a weapon master, Zemophis, a famous warrior. To her father's growing alarm, Anaphame flourishes under the guidance of the aging master. From the warrior career, she selects the following 3 professional skills: lore, military history, to add a 20%, because it's intelligence multiplied by 2. Lore, strategy, and tactics, add a 28%. once again intelligence times 2, and survival at 20% because it's constitution and power. She then spends her 100 points dividing it amongst the available career skills, with an additional plus 10 to athletics, plus 10 to endurance, plus 10 to evade, lore military history plus 10, lore strategy and tactics another plus 10, and survival plus 10, unarmed plus 10, combat style Mythras Slinger another plus 15, and a combat style of Mythras Infantry another plus 15. Her new Mythras Infantry combat style covers training in spears, upright, shields, and javelins. Something her tutor feels she'll need to be proficient in if she wishes to join the ranks of the Mythras Scarlet Spears, the regiment her father once commanded. And applying after all those modifiers, here are the general numbers, with some of the highest being like, I think 68 is her highest so far, which is the customs still, and lowest I think 21 with Ron. Oh, 16 in Sing. I think that's the lowest. But yeah, general skills applied. Once again, I'm not gonna look through all these, and probably only stop at some optional rules. Here, for example, careers and social class. Mythras does not impose any immediate restrictions on what careers are available to what social class, but it's something that players and game masters may wish to consider. Some social classes will look down on the members who practice certain vocations, risking censure or perhaps even expulsion from their ranks. One culture might forbid the nobles becoming merchants at the risk of financial corruption, whilst another may restrict the practice of only those who are part of the nobility, creating an enclave of merchant princes. Game Master should decide if a career is denied to a particular social class, but some interesting roleplay possibilities can present themselves if a character decides to ignore social norms and enter a vocation usually treated with disdain. How will that character be viewed, pioneer or social pariah? What are the consequences? How will the profession accept them? These are all golden opportunities for roleplay and plot development. So yeah, add a bit of friction, more interesting. So yeah, I'm just gonna scroll down for all of these professions. I'm not gonna keep, or like careers, I'm not gonna keep at them. But as I mentioned, of a custom career, in case you want to make your own, players can create one following the current guidelines. Agree the career with your game masters. Your concept of Death Knight Assassin might not fit with the themes of a style Mythras games. For example. 10 standard skills, choose up to 7 standard skills and 7 professional skills. For the profession, reflecting its nature, remember the magical abilities are considered professional skills. Also, remember that combat styles are treated as standard skills. Try to avoid granting combat styles except to the careers where physical conflict is a regular occurrence or fundamental to survival. Yeah, these are the general skills. But now that we talked about careers and professions and all that, there's now another more important factor. What about your age? How much have you been into this in this life, and what do you bring to the table with your wizened experience, if any of it is wizened? How old is your character? An adventurer may start as young or as old as the player desires, subject to the agreement of the game master. It is recommended that the beginning character starts as youths or young adults, but much depends on the setting and whether the game will be short one-off adventure or a long-running campaign. A table is provided breaking age into age categories. Note that this table can be used for non-human characters by simply substituting the actual numbers of years for longer or shorter lived races. A character's age has direct effect on their skill competence, as older characters naturally have more life experience than younger compatriots. And to determine how long how old the character is. A player might either choose an age within that category, predetermined, or they can also roll the value randomly. So young is somewhere in a 1d6 plus 10. What, you can be in your early teens, okay. So maximum skill increases, bonus skill points, background event rolls, and yeah, 2d6, 3d6, 4d6, 5, old 5d6 plus 60. Ooh. It'd be like 90, worst case scenario, damn. Young adult at most like 27. Yikes. Up for all those close to their 30s, I guess. And also mention of additional like background event roles I'm expecting, or background event options if you just want to pick them. So, as kind of notes, bonus skill points determines how many additional skill points the character has to spend on developing skills. See the following section. The maximum skill increase limits how many of the bonus points can be applied to any particular skill. Then background event rolls are used for characters starting at different ages, requiring the players to potentially roll additional times in the table, in the culture, in community chapter. And aging. If a character is a senior or older, they are subject to aging, which are mentioned later in the book, which I'm not going to look at it today. But because there was a mention of bonus skill points, what does that mean? At this very stage, every character gains additional pools of free skill points based on age, which can be distributed amongst existing skills. These are provided so that the character can be rounded out and given a particular interest or areas of expertise. The default for adult characters is a pool of 150 points, with a limit of assigning no more than 15 per skill. If characters are younger or older, then the number of skill points and restrictions will differ as previously indicated on the table. The number of bonus points does not necessarily need to be tied to age. If the character are to be seasoned veterans, cultured heroes, or even sons of gods, the game master is free to grant additional points or modify the maximum number which can be applied to a specific skill. Bonus skill points are used in the following way. Allow the character the option of choosing one final new combat style or professional skill reflecting a hobby or interest. Distributes points amongst whatever skills the character currently has, increasing each skill by 1 for every point, by 1% for every player. No individual skill can be more than the indicated maximum on the age category. And save for the optional hobby skill. No points may be assigned to those combat styles or professional skills not learned as part of their culture or career. You can also have like hobby skills. Interesting. The option is choosing one final new combat style or profession skill, reflecting a. Okay, guessing there is like a cost to that, right? I'm suspecting that may be the case, but fair enough. So, I'm not sure if, maybe I missed it, or maybe I just simply forgot if bonus skill points are used in the following way. I'm guessing there is like a cost to get an additional combat style or professional skill, but I'm not sure what exactly that cost would be. I'm guessing it's 10. I think it's 10 if I remember correctly. To just unlock it. Then from that point on, add more to it. So in that case, it would be just an additional 5. So fair enough. So, actually no, because you just unlock it, but you cannot add more to it. But now that we rounded up all the stats and everything of the sorts, then we have starting equipment. Every character begins with some starting money and starting equipment determined by their culture and social class. In addition, they may augment their belongings by buying additional items or upgrading ones they already have within the equipment section. The table, a few pages below, the page below, gives some examples on personal possessions available to the character of that social class. These are mainly guidelines and open to change according to the campaign. So, in that mention, you have as Anaphame's Saga, as a member of the aristocracy, Anaphame begins the game with the following: 4 sets of good quality clothing, a court dress, an evening wear, a formal gown. Mostly, though, she opts for a simpler but well-made tunic akin to the kind worn by Mythras soldiers. 4 weapons chosen by from her father's armory: a short sword, a dagger, a spear, and a shield. Her sling she makes herself from a length of strong leathers. A suit of Mythras hoplite armor, again chosen from her father's armory, although the protective value is determined by 1d3 plus free roll. The Game Master declares that Anaphame is given a mixture of leather and bronze with the appropriate armor point values. He also has a horse chosen from the family stables. Anaphame's mount is a chestnut gelding named Arrow for his speed and sharp temper. Clothing is purely decorative from the mention here. Nothing too crazy. Weapons, not every society is expected to be armed. In fact, some cultures explicitly forbid weapons. Those particularly of a particular class of caste. The common weapons are usually simple or inexpensive, like spears or axes, which may be produced or improvised. And those of only those of higher classes have weapons. Makes sense. Armor, perhaps even more restricted than weaponry. Few members of the lower classes possess armor, and what they own is usually handcrafted or from fabrics or leathers by their own family. Expectation metallic armors are tend to be restricted to the wealthy or those of noble class and are often passed down as heirlooms. Then you have here a mention of what depending on your class, what type of equipment you would have available to you. There you go. I'm not gonna go. However, the culture and setting might restrict the type of armor available. Fair enough. And transport, choose a vessel or mount suited to the cultural environment. Examples are given based on the primary mode of travel: foot, vessel, wheeled or mount. Some interpretation or leeway may be required, but that is what it is. And we have a few more pages. The next one being magic. Not much to mention here, to be honest. At this point, it's just you fleshing out the character when it comes to the equipment. And I'm not gonna go through equipment lists and all that. That's something again for you to look forward. But now we have magics. Mythras offers several different types of magic. Whether characters begin play with access to these arts depends on their cultural background, starting career, and the accessibility of magic in these things. More information on the kind of magic available and how they differ, how they work, and the spells or abilities are given in the magic chapter. For now, it is only necessary to know what sort of magic, if any, a character has learned, rather than a detailed knowledge on how it works. So, folk magic usually only learned by petty magicians or common folk in lands where magic is ubiquitous. Magic has minor effects upon the world, outshone in comparison to the higher arts, but can be potent for all. Folk magic originates from and is connected to the natural world and emotions of those within. The ability to use folk magic is controlled by the skill of the same name. Animism is derived their magic from summoning and controlling of spirits and other supernatural creatures. These beings of the other world are negotiated with or enslaved at the animist's determination, forming agreements with allied spirits or binding less willing into fetishes or for later use. In exchange, the animist must follow strict taboos or fulfill binding contracts. Animism relies on the skills of trance and binding, so a bit warlock-esque, that you have to make contract with spirits. Mysticism draws upon their magic from the knowledge of self-mastery and understanding. the mystic, their insight into the inner self allows them to achieve incredible acts of mental and physical excellence, making them difficult to defeat in their direct confrontation. Whilst their magic does not extend beyond themselves, they themselves become a tool to manipulate the world about them. Mysticism uses the skill in the same name in addition to meditation. Then sorcery, which is I'm guessing is kind of like, I'm guessing it's more like psychic-esque applied, being like self-reflection. Psycho might be kind of like astral magics, like astral projection, something like that. Mental magics in most scenarios. Sorcerers express their magical abilities by twisting the laws of the world using the invocation of powerful spells. While sorcery is exceptionally flexible, it can be often unbound or dismissed by the strengths of other magics. Yet their independence from supernatural beings means sorcerers can never need to rely on anyone but themselves. Sorcery uses the skill of invocation and shaping. So yeah, magics, learned magics. This is the most, I think like wizard-esque form. And the last one, theism, are those who are rewarded with the power from the gods in exchange for loyalty and service. Their miracles are potent as they merely channel their god's own divine power and can be utterly devastating. Yet, maintaining the bond requires continual dedication and constant sacrifice to ensure the deity remains appeased, or at least aware of their worshipper. Theism requires the skill of devotion and exhort. So technically a bit, I think theism is a bit more warlock-esque. Like here, I guess you can more like represent it in different ways, depending on how you prefer. Where it can be it can feel like akin to like a warlock pact, because you kind of have to appease a being. Because gods could be benevolent or not. So that's kind of the thing. So the same way you would make a contract with the devil, being devoted to a... And here they probably put the aspect of the divine on both sides of the coin, where warlocks and, clerics or others of divine worship are two sides of the same coin. So it just depends on what the relationship of that deity towards their worshipper is. Like they only offer powers if they fulfill contracts. That's their form of devotion. Or in some cases, it's form of of selflessness and acts of good, if we're talking about more traditional divine cleric magics. Yeah, this is kind of like a general one. It's nice that you have like a lot of... It's very generalized in variety, but it doesn't like pinpoint you to like a specific class or profession or anything like that. You can just be whatever, choose whatever. You don't necessarily have to feel limited in any of these choices. So that's nice. And finally, we have cult membership. An optional stage for characters' development is called cult or brotherhood memberships. Many cultures of all types initiate their young adults into a cult or other form of social organization as a rite of passage. If the character joins a cult, is likely one that either reflects the faith and beliefs of their family or the choice of career. Also, brotherhoods offer access to training and perhaps magics as well, as providing a social, cultural, and professional network that the character will find useful. Also, brotherhoods are covered in length in their own chapter later down the line. If game masters allow cults and membership at this stage of character creation, it is suggested that no character should have a rank higher than the common member. So yeah, you are at your beginning stages. But that concludes it at this point, as this is character creation complete. Working for the first 3 chapters should now have left you with a well-rounded, competent character with an established culture, career, community, and backstory. You have everything you need to begin play. Hopefully the character creation process will have also set you into thinking about your character's life, history, and aspirations. What do they want from life? Why are they adventuring? What are the things driving this character to risk their life and limb? These are questions that need to be answered immediately. Many answers will suggest themselves through play, and one of the joys of Mythras is discovering more about your character as they develop in experience and maturity. But yeah, honestly, kind of as an overall in-depth, and here's actually like a quick rundown of all the things that you go through, and kind of like a sneak peek at what the character sheet looks like, which is really nice. Oh, and you also have like a character creation summary. Yeah, you go to character concept, characteristics, calculate attributes, standard skills, cultures, backgrounds, careers, bonus skill points, equipment, and finally, don't forget to give your character a name, look, and to establish connections and other characters. Yeah. Honestly, I really like it. It's well in depth. It's definitely. I like the idea that it's more of a modular thing. You don't necessarily put yourself into like set typecast characters. Of course, you as an individual and as a player, you will create some sort of like typecast character, be it based on a stereotype, or you may go against stereotype, but you're definitely going to have some sort of typecast. But the game itself does not put you in like, oh yeah, you're going to learn a magic user, that means that this is the kind of things that you learn. No, you could be some sort of warrior, some sort of individual who has had some sort of like warrior training, but they also participate in some sort of like brotherhood or cult that offers them like some sort of like magical training. So, you know, that way maybe it becomes something more paladin-esque or witch hunter or whatever else you might want to call it, depending on your setting. I like it that it doesn't ingrain itself into any sort of setting. It keeps it. It's detailed enough to know how to build up your character, but vague enough to add your own input into it to create something of your own. You know, be it your own cultures, your own concept of cultures, social societies. So you participate yourself within the world building, which is really nice, which is really good in my opinion, because it's a big help, especially for the game master who has to handle so many things, to kind of have players, you know, initially kind of extrinsically participate. This is kind of to kind of be encouraged in participating into offering war building help, because you know certain systems don't necessarily offer that depending on what you're building. Of course, you as a player it's more of a unspoken rule that, you know, it's nice to have that. It's not a requirement, but it's nice to assist with certain elements of world building in games where that should be a big part of, or at least add more to the character, or add more into the story, to the campaign, in more depth beyond just this is my character. Like, where these are the societies I'm connected with, and how they what it is their basic concept and how I perceive them, or at the same time these are the individuals that I'm connected with and how I perceive them as well, and how's my how are all my, you know, statuses across all of them, that sort of thing. Yeah, it's definitely encouraging war building for the players is, I would say, it is a benefit and something to the and also, you know, as mentioned, it offers a lot of flexibility for the character to create whatever character you want without having to be forced yourself into all sorts of like min-max, not necessarily min-max, all sorts of like multi-classing concepts, or having to walk around or be like, oh yes, I'm gonna achieve the character that I want once I reach X level, or once I have the following advancements. No, you can have the starting roots of your character from day one just by building off together. I like how in-depth every, like, you know, skill sets are, offering you you know, having the benefit that most skills require you know, two characteristics to determine the full percentile, so that way one can outweigh the other. In case you may be proficient in one side, you may be of higher characteristic on one end but lower on the other. So, you know, you don't feel like you at the same time, you're not feeling yourself forced into creating also like another. Nothing feels like it's heavy-handed or heavy loaded into a specific stat. Like how in D&D, for example, dexterity is one of the most loaded stats out there, because, you know, it deals with armor class, initiative. Depending on what class you play, a good chunk of weaponry as well when it comes to attacking, determining attacks and damage. Also other aspects of, you know, rolls. Some of the most often encountered saving throws require dexterity, and so on. Like, dex is a heavy loaded stat, and it's always good to have a good dexterity compared to strength, where it's just weapons and a few skill sets, and that's kind of it. And constitution, just HP and maybe some poison or like status effect resistances, and that's kind of it. Here, all of them have some sort of impact, and I like that. I like the custom is how custom it is, and how flexible it is to allow you to build whatever you find fitting for your, not only for your character but also for your game as a whole. And the game master can be there to help you out and to offer you suggestions and offer you assistance. You know, as mentioned, you have options to create your own careers, your own professions, maybe certain aspects of your, you know, more flexibility in what combat styles represent to the culture that you want to define. You define your own culture and so on. Yeah, definitely. I already like where Mythras is going and where they are, how they are detailing things, and just already from character creation, seeing how flexible it is in making what you something that is more preferable to you. Pretty nice. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for me for today, as we've talked for quite a long, quite a while, and you know, I'll be honest, I kind of fast forward the last few points because I realized we're like at the closing hour, and I just didn't want to like take an ad break, be here for like another 5 minutes, and then dip out again. Because you know, there's gonna be more to discuss and more to kind of give my opinions on the game system in the coming weeks as well. Because you know, we just looked at character creation today. Next time, I think I'm gonna look through aspects of play, and I'm probably gonna then finalize with some game mastery. So probably next week, we're gonna look at skills, combat, and if time allows it, maybe even magic. And to some extent, that's probably gonna be what we're gonna focusing on. And then the day after that, and then the week after that, maybe we're gonna look into hold up, something. Something hit me with a big audio thing, whatever the hell that was. Throttled the fuck out of me. Good. Anyway, sorry, I just got blared by a fucking ad all of a sudden. Because I guess I had like a paused YouTube video somewhere, and all of a sudden YouTube decided like, hey, let's run an ad on it. What the fuck was that about? Anyways. Yeah, really distracted. But yeah, there's gonna be more. I'm probably gonna try my best to like talk about skills, combat, magic, and all that next time, and then some aspects of game system and game mastery the week after. So maybe we'll conclude it in 3 weeks. Maybe we'll see. There's a possibility that magic might have its own thing, like, or combat and magic might have its own thing, and maybe skills in game system another. I'll look into it. We'll see. But anyways, so that's gonna be it for today. So before I go, as per usual, I do like to say hi to other people. So let's see, we have around to say hi to. Anybody doing anything RPG adjacent of any sorts that we can like join in and say hi? I ain't seeing much of that. Or maybe. Okay, maybe we can jump here. I saw somebody playing RPG adjacent. How long have they been? Oh, they just started. Okay. That's fitting, that's fitting. Can I double check first my raid though? From the looks of it, I think so. Oh, let's start. Great. Okay, there we go. So, for anybody new here, this is the usual message we send around. So, keep an eye out. We're going at Avisno's place. For the looks of it, they are playing some Baldur's Gate. I think, like, you know, it is fitting for today's theme. So, why not? Let me put other chats. Oh. I'm messing it up badly today. Hold up. Handling it like a professional. There we go. There we have it. But anyways, I think like this is well enough, Jason. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today. And for our discussion, we're gonna continue Mythras next week. I'm gonna see you all tomorrow with some more Void Trade, continuing on, maybe finishing chapter 1, hopefully. And yeah, that's gonna be it for the week. So thank you so much for being here. You've been amazing. Don't forget that. I'll see you on the flip side. Bye.